I took the job at Glacier National Park for 3 reasons, and none of them were noble. First, the money. Remote posting meant hazard pay, and the seasonal ranger position at the Kitaki Lake Outpost paid nearly double what I'd been making at the visitor center in Asheville. Second, I needed distance. My ex-wife had made it clear that sharing the same zip code wasn't going to work anymore, and Montana was about as far from North Carolina as I could get without leaving the country. Third, and I'll be honest about this, I thought isolation would be easy. 8 months alone in the wilderness, maintaining trails, checking on backpackers, filing reports. Simple work. Quiet work. I was wrong about that last part. The helicopter dropped me at the outpost on a Tuesday in late April. Snow still clung to the higher elevations, and the pilot had to circle twice before finding a clear enough patch near the cabin to set down. The ranger I was replacing, a weathered man named Vincent Reese, was waiting on the porch with 2 duffel bags and an expression that suggested he couldn't leave fast enough. "You the new guy?" he shouted over the rotor wash. I nodded, grabbing my gear from the cargo hold. The pilot was already spooling up for departure, clearly not interested in lingering. Vincent threw his bags in without ceremony and turned to me. "Cabin stocked. Radio's in the office. Check-in is every morning at 0800. He paused, glancing back at the dark line of pines surrounding the clearing. "Listen, there's a lot of wildlife out here. Bears, mostly. Mountain lions. Sometimes they sound weird at night. Don't worry about it." Before I could ask what he meant by weird, he was climbing into the helicopter. The noise made further conversation impossible. I stepped back as the aircraft lifted, watching it bank south towards civilization. Then the sound faded, and I was alone with the wind in the trees. The outpost consisted of a single-room cabin, a separate storage shed, and a small dock extending into Kitaki Lake. The lake itself was maybe 2 miles across, surrounded by dense forest and backed by granite peaks still white with winter snow. According to my briefing materials, Kitaki came from the Blackfeet language, meaning something like heavy water or deep water. The lake didn't appear on most tourist maps. Too remote. Too difficult to access. My job was to monitor the handful of experienced backpackers who made it out here each season and maintain the surrounding trail system. I spent the first day settling in. The cabin was basic but functional: wood stove, propane refrigerator, a narrow bed in one corner, and a desk with the radio equipment. Someone had left a stack of paperback novels on a shelf, their spines cracked and faded. The walls were bare except for a large topographical map of the region, marked with trails and elevation lines. Red circles indicated emergency supply caches scattered throughout the backcountry. That night, I cooked a simple meal and sat on the porch watching darkness pool between the trees. The temperature dropped quickly once the sun went down. I could hear the lake lapping against the dock, a steady rhythm that should have been soothing. Other sounds filtered through the forest: branches creaking, small animals moving through undergrowth, the occasional hoot of an owl. And once, just before I went inside, something that might have been a voice. It was distant, muffled by the trees. I couldn't make out words, just a rising and falling cadence that suggested someone calling out. I stood listening for several minutes, but it didn't repeat. Probably just wind in the rocks, or water moving over stones in a way that created acoustic tricks. The mountains were full of those kinds of illusions. I slept poorly that first night, waking repeatedly to unfamiliar sounds. Each time I'd lie in the darkness, listening to the cabin settle and the forest breathe, before drifting back to uneasy sleep. By morning I felt gritty and unrest, but the radio check-in with the district office went smoothly. They confirmed my position, asked about weather conditions, and reminded me that my first supply drop was scheduled for 2 weeks out. The routine established itself quickly. I'd wake early, make coffee, perform the radio check-in. Then I'd spend the day hiking the trail system, looking for fallen trees or washouts, checking the emergency caches, watching for early season backpackers. The work was physical and solitary, exactly what I'd wanted. By the end of each day I was tired enough to sleep despite the strange acoustics of the place. But those voices in the dark bothered me more than I wanted to admit. They came most nights, always distant, always unclear. Sometimes they sounded like someone shouting for help. Other times like conversation, multiple people talking just beyond the edge of hearing. I told myself it was natural phenomena. Sound carried strangely in the mountains. Wind through caves could mimic human speech. Running water, distant rockfalls, the particular timbre of certain birds, all of it could create auditory pareidolia where the brain tried to find patterns in random noise. I'd almost convinced myself when I met the Holbrooks. It was my 8th day at the outpost. I was checking the northern trail when I encountered them, a couple in their 50s, experienced hikers by the look of their gear, making their way toward Kitaki Lake. The woman, Jennifer, had a detailed map and was clearly leading their route. Her husband, Brandon, carried most of their supplies in a frame pack that probably weighed 60 pounds. "We're planning to camp near the lake," Jennifer explained when I introduced myself. "2 nights, then loop back south. Is the trail clear ahead?" "Should be," I said. "There's a good campsite about a quarter-mile west of the ranger station. Cleared area, fire ring, decent wind protection. You'll have the place to yourselves." We talked for a few minutes about conditions, wildlife sightings, weather forecasts. They were friendly and competent, the kind of backpackers who didn't need babysitting. I gave them my radio frequency in case of emergency, and watched them continue up the trail. That evening, I saw their campfire from my porch. A small orange point in the darkness across the lake. Knowing someone else was out there made the night sounds less oppressive. I slept better than I had since arriving. The scream woke me sometime after midnight. I was on my feet before I was fully conscious, hard hammering, trying to locate the source. It came again, a woman's voice, high and terrified, from somewhere near the Holbrooks campsite. "Help! Someone help us!" I grabbed my radio, my flashlight, and the first aid kit, then ran for the door. The night was moonless, and the beam of my light seemed to barely dent the darkness. I could hear Jennifer screaming, but the sound kept moving, shifting location in ways that made no sense. One moment it came from the west shore, the next from somewhere in the forest to the north. "Stay where you are!" I shouted into the darkness. "I'm coming to you!" The screaming stopped. I stood in the clearing outside my cabin, breathing hard, sweeping my light across the tree line. Nothing moved. The forest had gone completely silent, even the normal night sounds absent. "Jennifer? Brandon?" I called. No response. I keyed my radio. "This is Kitaki Outpost to Holbrook Party, do you copy?" Static. I tried again, then switched to the emergency channel and raised the district office. The night dispatcher answered, her voice tinny and distant through the atmospheric interference. "This is Kitaki Outpost reporting possible emergency. I have 2 backpackers in distress, last known location approximately." I gave the coordinates of their campsite. "I'm going to investigate. We'll report back." "Copy, Kitaki. Be careful out there." The trail around the lake took 20 minutes to hike in daylight. In the dark, it took me nearly 40, even moving as fast as I dared. My flashlight picked out roots and rocks, the occasional reflection of animal eyes in the underbrush. Twice I thought I heard Jennifer screaming again, but both times the sound cut off before I could pinpoint it. Their campsite was empty. The tent stood intact, their gear arranged neatly around a cold fire. 2 sleeping bags lay unzipped inside the tent as if they'd gotten up for some reason. Nothing appeared disturbed. No signs of struggle. No blood. The beam of my flashlight swept the area, finding everything exactly as it should be except for the complete absence of the people who'd set it up. "Jennifer! Brandon!" My voice echoed across the water and died in the trees. I checked the tent again, looking for their radio, and found it sitting on top of a stuffed sack. Switched off. That's when I heard Brandon's voice. "Over here. We need help." It came from the forest to the north, maybe 50 yards into the trees. I turned toward it, raising my flashlight. "Brandon? Where are you?" "Here. Please hurry." Something about the voice wasn't right. The words were clear, the tone urgent, but there was a flatness to it. Like someone reading from a script without quite understanding the emotion they were supposed to convey. "Keep talking so I can find you," I called. "We need help. Please hurry. Over here." The same words in the same tone. Exactly the same, like a recording. I stood at the edge of their campsite, my flashlight pointed into the darkness between the trees, and felt the first real cold grip of fear settle into my chest. This wasn't right. None of this was right. "Brandon, I need you to tell me what happened. What's wrong?" Silence. Then, from a completely different direction, Jennifer's voice. "Help! Someone help us!" The same scream from earlier. Identical intonation, identical terror. A perfect replay. I backed toward the tent, my light sweeping the tree line. Something was out there in the dark. Something that had heard the Holbrooks screaming and was now using their voices like bait. I grabbed their radio and ran. Dawn found me exhausted and frightened in a way I hadn't been since childhood. I'd spent the remainder of the night in my cabin with every light burning, the door barricaded, listening to voices call from the darkness. Sometimes they were the Holbrooks, pleading for help. Other times they were people I'd never heard before. Once, impossibly, I heard my ex-wife's voice asking why I'd left her. When the sun finally rose, the voices stopped. I made coffee with shaking hands and filed my report with the district office. The dispatcher listened without interruption as I described finding the abandoned campsite, hearing the voices, the way they repeated with unnatural precision. When I finished, there was a long pause. "Did you locate the missing hikers?" she asked finally. "No. Their gear is still at the campsite. No signs of struggle or foul play. But something's wrong out here. The sounds I heard, they weren't natural." Another pause. "We're going to send a search and rescue team. Helicopters should be there by 1300 hours. In the meantime, return to the campsite and secure it as a potential search area. Don't disturb any evidence." "Understood." "And Ranger?" She sounded uncomfortable. "Vincent Reese mentioned unusual acoustic phenomena in your region. Sound distortion, echoes that don't make sense. It's something about the topography around that lake. Try not to let it get to you." I wanted to tell her this was different, that what I'd heard wasn't acoustic distortion, but I just acknowledged and ended the call. Maybe she was right. Maybe I was letting isolation and unfamiliar surroundings create fear where none was warranted. People didn't just vanish from locked tents. Voices didn't mimic the dead with perfect accuracy. Except I'd never said my ex-wife was dead. I pushed that thought down and prepared for the hike back to the Holbrook campsite. In daylight, the forest looked different. Still wild and remote, but comprehensible. Trees were just trees. Shadows were just shadows. The lake reflected the morning sky in shades of gray and blue. The campsite remained exactly as I'd left it. I established a perimeter, marking it with flagging tape, and began a methodical search of the surrounding area. Looking for tracks, broken branches, any indication of which direction the Holbrooks might have gone. What I found instead were the prints. They started about 30 yards north of the tent, in a patch of soft ground near a seasonal creek. Barefoot prints, human-shaped but wrong in subtle ways. The toes were too long, the arch too pronounced. The spacing suggested something moving in a crouch rather than an upright walk. There were dozens of them, circling the campsite in a wide loop, as if whatever made them had been pacing around the tent for hours. I photographed the prints with my phone, then followed the trail. It led deeper into the forest, winding between ancient pines and over decomposing logs. The ground rose steadily, and I had to scramble over broken terrain where no official trail existed. The prints remained consistent, bare feet, wrong proportions, moving in that distinctive crouch. After maybe half a mile, they simply stopped. Not faded. Not obscured by harder ground. Just stopped, in the middle of a clear patch of earth, as if whatever made them had ceased to exist at that exact spot. I stood staring at the final print, trying to make sense of it, when I heard my own voice. "Hello? Is anyone there?" It came from somewhere behind me, back toward the campsite. My voice, my exact intonation, the way I'd called out the night before while searching for the Holbrooks. I spun around, hand dropping to the bear spray on my belt. Hello? Is anyone there? Closer now. Just beyond a thick stand of spruce trees. Who's there? I shouted. Identify yourself. My own voice answered. Jennifer? Brandon? It was perfectly mimicking me, cycling through things I'd said, playing them back like a cruel game. I backed away, keeping my eyes on the tree line, looking for movement. Nothing. Just shadows and pine needles and the quiet sound of wind. Then I saw it. Just for a moment, between the trees. A shape that might have been human, might have been something else. Pale skin or pale fur, I couldn't tell. It was crouched low, and its limbs seemed too long, joints bending at angles that made my brain hurt trying to process. Then it moved, flowing between the trees with a fluidity no human could match, and was gone. Hello? Is anyone there? My voice again, but now it came from the opposite direction. I ran. The helicopter arrived right on schedule, carrying a 4-person search and rescue team led by a woman named Marcus Reed. She was professional and thorough, listening to my account without judgment, examining the abandoned campsite with careful attention. Her team spread out, establishing search grids, calling for the missing hikers. Tell me about the prints you found, Marcus said, studying the photographs on my phone. North of here, maybe half a mile. I can show you. She nodded. Do that. Take Jensen with you. I want documentation of anything unusual. Jensen was a younger ranger, early 20s, with the kind of enthusiasm that suggested he hadn't been doing this long. We hiked to the location where I'd found the tracks, and he immediately started taking measurements and more detailed photographs. These are weird, he said, crouching beside one of the clearer prints. Almost human, but the morphology is off. Could be a bear walking on hind legs, but the toe spread doesn't match. What about where they stop? He examined the final print, then the unmarked ground beyond it. That doesn't make sense. Should be at least partial impressions continuing. Unless. He looked up at the trees. Unless whatever made these climbed. I hadn't considered that. I tilted my head back, studying the canopy. The pines here were old growth, their lowest branches 15 or 20 feet up. Possible for a human to climb, but difficult. And why would the Holbrooks have done that? Why would they have left their shoes behind and walked barefoot through the forest? Let's get back to the others, I said. The search continued through the afternoon. Marcus's team worked outward from the campsite in expanding circles, calling for the Holbrooks, checking the surrounding terrain. I stayed near the command post they'd established, monitoring radio traffic, trying to be useful. As the sun dropped toward the peaks, Marcus called it for the day. We'll camp here tonight and resume at first light, she said. I've requested additional resources. We'll have dogs and more personnel by tomorrow afternoon. What about the voices? I asked. She gave me a long look. What about them? At night. The things I heard. You should know what you're dealing with out here. I read your report. Acoustic distortion is common in mountain environments. Sound can travel in unexpected ways, especially around water and rock formations. This wasn't distortion. Something was mimicking human speech. Mimicking me. I understand you had a stressful experience. Darkness, isolation, missing hikers. It can play tricks on perception. Her tone was kind but dismissive. We'll maintain watch tonight. If we hear anything unusual, we'll investigate. They set up their tents in a defensive cluster, established a watch rotation, and settled in for the night. I offered to take a watch shift, but Marcus declined. I think she was worried about my state of mind. I returned to my cabin as dusk fell, hiking the trail around the lake with my flashlight and my fear. The forest felt different now. Malevolent. As if something vast and patient was watching from the spaces between the trees, waiting for full darkness. The first voice came at 9 p.m. It was Brandon, calling for help from somewhere near the dock. I grabbed my radio and raised Marcus. This is Kitaki. I'm hearing the missing male hiker near my location. Static then. Copy. We hear it too. Stay inside. We're investigating. I watched from my window as flashlight beams swept through the forest across the lake. The search team was methodical, moving in formation, checking likely locations. Brandon's voice kept calling, always just ahead of them, leading them in circles. Then Jennifer started screaming. Not from one location. From everywhere. Her terrified shrieks echoed across the water and through the trees, overlapping and interweaving until it sounded like a dozen women being murdered simultaneously. I pressed my hands over my ears, but it didn't help. The sound seemed to come from inside my skull. It lasted maybe 2 minutes. Then silence so complete it was almost painful. My radio crackled. Kitaki, this is Marcus. What the hell was that? I don't know. More silence. Then, we're returning to camp. Recommend you stay inside and keep your door locked. I didn't need to be told twice. The voices continued all night. Sometimes they were the Holbrooks. Sometimes they were the search team, their words from earlier in the day replayed with perfect accuracy. Once I heard my ex-wife again, and this time I recognized what she was saying. The last conversation we'd had before I left for Montana, word for word, her pain and anger preserved in whatever memory bank this thing possessed. By morning, I understood 2 things with absolute clarity. First, the Holbrooks were dead. Whatever was out there had taken them, and it was now using their voices like lures, trying to draw more victims into the forest. Second, I was going to die out here unless I found a way to survive until help arrived or I could reach civilization on my own. The question was, which would come first? The search and rescue team left on the second helicopter. Marcus had tried to maintain professional composure, but I could see the fear in her eyes as they loaded their gear. Whatever they'd experienced during the night had shaken something fundamental in their understanding of how the world worked. Jensen wouldn't even look at me, just climbed aboard with his face pale and his hands trembling. We're declaring this area closed, Marcus said before departing. No hikers, no personnel except essential staff. The district office will make arrangements for your extraction within 48 hours. What about the Holbrooks? She looked past me, toward the dark line of trees. Presumed deceased. We'll reassess once we understand what we're dealing with. The helicopter lifted into a gray sky, and I was alone again. The cabin felt smaller now, its walls thinner. I spent the morning reinforcing it as best I could, dragging the desk against the door, nailing boards across the windows, creating a defensible position. It was probably pointless. If something could make people vanish from locked tents, a few pieces of furniture weren't going to stop it. But the activity helped. Gave me something to focus on besides the growing certainty that I'd made a terrible mistake coming here. I tried to think logically about what I was facing. The voices were clearly some form of mimicry. The thing, whatever it was, could record human speech and play it back with perfect accuracy. The prince suggested a physical form, something that moved on all fours despite having a roughly humanoid shape. It hunted at night, used vocalizations to lure prey, and was intelligent enough to learn patterns of speech from its victims. The park briefing materials hadn't mentioned anything like this. But then they wouldn't, would they? Can't exactly put hostile mimicking predator in the tourist pamphlets. I thought about what Vincent had said when he was leaving. Sometimes they sound weird at night. Don't worry about it. How long had he been out here, listening to this thing? How many other rangers had been stationed at Kitaki, hearing voices in the dark, telling themselves it was just acoustic tricks? My radio crackled to life around noon. The district office checking in, asking about conditions, confirming my extraction schedule. I kept the conversation brief, professional. Didn't mention the voices or the thing in the trees. What could they do except think I was losing my mind? After the call, I sat at my window and watched the forest. Movement caught my eye around 3 p.m. Something pale, flowing between the trees on the far side of the lake. I grabbed my binoculars and tried to track it, but the distance and the dense vegetation made it impossible to get a clear view. Just glimpses, a suggestion of long limbs, that distinctive crouched movement, and then nothing. It was circling, learning the perimeter of my position. Hunting. I checked my supplies. Food for 3 weeks, though my appetite had vanished. Water from the lake, which I could filter. Propane for cooking and heat. Battery power for the radio and my flashlight. Enough to survive until extraction, assuming extraction actually came. Assuming the helicopter could land. Assuming I remained sane enough to function. The sun set early behind the peaks, and dusk came on fast. I lit the propane lamps, rationing my battery power, and settled in to wait for the voices. They started just after dark. But tonight was different. Tonight, they were organized. It began with Brandon, calling for help from the north. Then Jennifer from the south. Then my voice from the east, asking if anyone was there. Then Marcus, reporting to the district office. The voices formed a pattern, a sequence, each one coming from a different direction in a clockwise rotation around the cabin. It was testing me. Trying to provoke a response. I stayed silent, watching the darkness beyond my windows, my hand resting on the bear spray I'd placed within reach. The rotation continued, the same voices in the same order, spiraling around my position. Then it added a new one, my ex-wife, but not from our last conversation. This was from earlier, from when we'd first started dating, her voice light and happy as she told me about her day. I felt something break inside my chest. This thing had somehow accessed memories I hadn't spoken aloud, pulling them from where? How was that possible? The voices stopped. In the silence that followed, I heard something else, breathing. Heavy, rhythmic, coming from just outside the northern wall. Something large was standing there, inches from me, separated only by rough-hewn logs. Then it spoke in my voice. I need to go outside. The words sent ice through my veins. I hadn't said that, hadn't even thought it. The thing was trying to plant suggestions, to manipulate me into opening the door. I should check the perimeter, my voice said from outside. Just a quick look. It's safe out here, Jennifer's voice added. We found shelter. You should join us. The extraction team is waiting, Marcus said. But they can't land. You need to clear the landing zone. I clamped my hands over my ears, but the voices didn't come through the walls. They came from inside my head now, insidious and persuasive, wearing away at my resistance. It's cold in there, my ex-wife whispered. Come out into the warmth. I started talking. Not to the thing, but to myself. Out loud, forcing my own voice to drown out the phantom whispers. I recited everything I could remember. Multiplication tables, state capitals, the Pledge of Allegiance, lyrics from songs I'd learned in childhood. Anything to fill the air with my own words, to maintain some anchor to reality. It worked, partially. The invasive thoughts retreated, though the external voices continued their rotation. I kept talking through the night, my voice growing hoarse, until finally the sun rose and blessed silence returned. I'd survived. But I was starting to understand the trap I was in. This thing didn't just hunt in the darkness. It hunted minds. It learned speech patterns, emotional resonance, psychological vulnerabilities. Every word I spoke gave it more ammunition, more ways to manipulate me. The more people it encountered, the more sophisticated its arsenal became. The Holbrooks had probably tried to run. That's why they'd left their tent, their shoes, everything behind. They'd been lured into the forest by voices they trusted, voices that knew exactly what to say to make them abandon caution. I couldn't let that happen to me. I spent the day in silence, communicating with the district office through written messages transmitted via the radio's text function. They confirmed extraction for the following afternoon, weather permitting. I didn't tell them about the deteriorating situation. What could they do except send more people to be hunted? Around midday, I noticed something near the tree line. A figure, standing motionless between two pines. At first I thought it was a person, but as I watched through the binoculars, the proportions resolved into something else. Too tall. arms too long. The way it stood suggested joints that bent in wrong directions. It was pale, almost white, with skin or fur that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The head was misshapen, too large for the body, and when it turned toward the cabin, I saw that its face was smooth. No features. Just a blank expanse where eyes and nose and mouth should have been. Except it could see me. I felt its attention like weight, pressing against my thoughts. Then it opened its mouth, and I understood. The face wasn't smooth. It could reshape itself. As I watched, features emerged from the blank surface: eyes, nose, a mouth that spread too wide. It was my face, rendered in pale flesh, perfect in every detail except the absolute wrongness of seeing my own features on that elongated body. It smiled with my smile, and I heard my voice drift across the clearing. "Don't worry. Everything's going to be fine." I dropped the binoculars and backed away from the window, my heart threatening to break through my ribs. That's what had happened to the Holbrooks. That's what was going to happen to me. This thing didn't just mimic voices. It could change, adapt, become whatever it needed to be to lure its prey. I had to get out. Waiting for extraction was suicide. The thing was learning too fast, getting too sophisticated. By tomorrow it would know exactly what to say, exactly what form to take, to make me open that door. I started planning my escape. The decision to run came during the third night. I'd been maintaining my vigil, staying awake through sheer force of will and liberal application of instant coffee. The voices had continued their assault, but I'd learned to tune them out, to recognize the artificial quality beneath the perfect mimicry. I'd almost convinced myself I could last until the extraction helicopter arrived. Then I heard my own voice, from inside the cabin. "I should sleep. Just for an hour. I'm so tired." I spun around, flashlight sweeping the interior. Empty. I was alone. But the voice had come from behind me, from my own mouth, except I hadn't spoken. It happened again. "The door isn't really locked. I should check it." My lips moved without my permission, forming words I wasn't thinking. The thing outside had found a new method of attack. It wasn't just mimicking anymore. It was trying to control. I bit down on my tongue, hard enough to draw blood, using the pain to maintain separation between my thoughts and its suggestions. But I could feel it probing at my mind, testing for weaknesses, looking for gaps in my resistance. That's when I knew I couldn't wait. Whatever this thing was, it was getting stronger, learning faster. By morning it might have complete control, and I'd walk out that door willingly, believing every step was my own choice. I gathered supplies quickly: water bottles, energy bars, my first aid kit, the flare gun from the emergency locker. I dressed in layers against the cold, shouldered my pack, and studied the topographical map one last time. The nearest ranger station was 15 miles southeast, following a trail that ran along the ridgeline. Difficult terrain, especially at night, but manageable if I could stay ahead of the thing hunting me. The problem was leaving the cabin. The moment I opened that door, I'd be exposed. Vulnerable. It was waiting out there. I could feel its attention like static on my skin. I needed a distraction. The storage shed sat about 20 yards from the cabin, filled with seasonal equipment and fuel supplies. If I could create enough noise and light to draw the thing's attention, I might be able to slip away in the opposite direction. I prepared the flare gun, then disabled the propane lamps one by one until only a single light burned in the cabin's front window. I moved to the back wall, pried up the boards I'd nailed across the window, and eased it open. Cold air rushed in, carrying the scent of pine and something else. Something organic and wrong. The voices stopped. In the sudden silence, I could hear breathing again. Multiple sources now, surrounding the cabin. How many were there? I'd assumed it was a single creature, but maybe I'd been wrong. Maybe there were dozens, a whole colony of these things, working together to trap me. I climbed through the window as quietly as possible, dropping into a crouch in the darkness behind the cabin. The forest loomed black and impenetrable. I couldn't see the things, but I could sense them. Waiting. Watching. I raised the flare gun and fired toward the storage shed. The flare arced through the night, brilliant red, and struck the shed's wooden wall. Within seconds, flames were spreading, fueled by the gasoline and propane stored inside. The fire grew rapidly, throwing wild shadows across the clearing, turning night into a flickering orange chaos. I ran. The trail southeast started about 100 yards from the cabin, a narrow cut through dense forest. I found it more through memory than vision, my flashlight beam barely penetrating the darkness under the trees. Behind me, the fire roared, and I heard something that might have been screaming but in no voice I recognized. The trail climbed steeply, forcing me to scramble over rocks and roots. My pack caught on branches, and more than once I slipped on loose gravel, barely catching myself. But I kept moving, driven by the absolute certainty that stopping meant death. I'd been running maybe 20 minutes when I heard pursuit. It started as a rustling in the underbrush behind me, then evolved into the sound of something large moving through the forest with impossible speed. Not following the trail. Cutting through the terrain directly, closing the distance between us with every second. I pushed harder, my lungs burning, legs screaming protest. The trail narrowed, running along the edge of a steep drop-off. To my left, trees. To my right, 100-foot fall into darkness. I had to slow down, picking my way carefully, even as I heard the thing getting closer. Then my flashlight died. The darkness was absolute. I couldn't see the trail, couldn't see my own hands. I stood frozen, listening to something breathing in the forest behind me, maybe 30 feet away. "Keep running," it said in my voice. "You're almost safe." I fumbled for my backup light, my hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped it. Finally got it switched on, and the beam illuminated the trail ahead. And the thing standing on it. It wore my face again, but the body was all wrong. Too tall, joints reversed, skin that seemed to ripple and shift in the flashlight beam. It stood between me and the continuation of the trail, blocking my escape. Behind me, I heard more movement. More breathing. They'd boxed me in, driven me to this exact spot with calculated precision. "This doesn't have to be difficult," it said with my voice, my intonation, my speech patterns. "You're tired. You're scared. Let me help you." It extended an arm toward me, and the limb stretched longer than any human arm could reach, the hand at the end opening to reveal too many fingers. I stepped backward, my heel finding empty air. The drop-off. "Careful," the thing cautioned. "You don't want to fall." But maybe I did. Maybe falling was better than whatever this thing had planned for me. I looked down into the darkness, trying to gauge the distance, and saw lights below. Flashlights. People. "Hello?" I shouted. "I need help. I'm up here." The thing wearing my face tilted its head, considering. Then it smiled, and I realized my mistake. The lights below began to move, ascending the slope. And as they got closer, I heard voices. My voice calling for help. Marcus's voice, responding. Jennifer and Brandon, alive and well, coming to my rescue. All lies. All bait. I had nowhere to go but down. I jumped. The fall should have killed me. I hit the slope about 15 feet below the trail and started tumbling. Rocks and branches tore at my clothes, my skin, my pack. I tried to control the descent, to grab onto something, but momentum had me. The world became a chaotic blur of pain and motion and the absolute certainty that I was about to die. Then I hit water. The lake. I'd fallen into Kitaki Lake, though I'd lost all sense of direction and distance. The cold was shocking, driving the air from my lungs. I thrashed toward what I hoped was the surface, my pack dragging me down, and broke through into darkness and blessed air. I treaded water, trying to orient myself. The burning storage shed was visible across the lake, a distant point of light. I must have fallen into one of the narrow inlets on the eastern shore. The shore was close, maybe 20 yards. I swam for it, my movements clumsy and desperate. Behind me, something entered the water. I didn't look back. I focused everything on reaching the shore, on dragging myself onto the rocky beach, on crawling away from the water's edge. Only then did I turn. 3 of them stood in the shallows. Pale shapes, humanoid but wrong, their bodies rippling as if they couldn't quite maintain a consistent form. They didn't speak. Didn't need to. Their attention was clear. But they weren't following me onto land. They stood at the water's edge, almost as if they couldn't cross it. Heavy water, I whispered, remembering the translation of Kitaki. Deep water. Sacred water. The Blackfeet hadn't named this place randomly. They'd known something lived in these mountains. Something old and hungry and terrible. And they'd known that the water offered protection. I sat on the beach, shivering violently, watching the things watch me. Minutes passed. They didn't move. Didn't advance. Finally, one by one, they faded back into the forest, their pale forms dissolving into shadow. I waited until I was certain they were gone, then forced myself to move. I was hypothermic, injured, and still miles from safety. But I had a chance now. A way forward. I followed the shoreline south, staying as close to the water as possible. The rocky beach gave way to forest in places, forcing me to wade through the shallows, but I never moved more than a few feet from the lake. When dawn came, gray and cold, I was still moving. The helicopter found me around noon. I heard it before I saw it, the distinctive thump of rotors echoing off the mountains. I stumbled into a clearing and waved my arms, and the pilot circled, looking for a place to land. Marcus was aboard, her face a mask of shock when she saw me. "What happened?" she demanded as they pulled me into the cabin. "The outpost is destroyed. We thought you were dead." "The Holbrooks," I said through chattering teeth. "Did you find them?" Her expression darkened. "We found remains. About half a mile from their campsite. The forensics team thinks it was a bear attack, but—" She trailed off. "But it wasn't." "No. It wasn't." The helicopter lifted, and I watched Kitaki Lake shrink below us. From this height, I could see the true scope of the wilderness. Miles of unbroken forest, countless lakes and streams, valleys that had never known human footsteps. And somewhere down there, in the deep places between the trees, things that wore stolen faces and spoke with borrowed voices. "What do we do?" I asked. Marcus was quiet for a long moment. "We close the area. Permanently. Designated protected wilderness, make it illegal to enter. The Park Service has done it before for other places." She met my eyes. Places where people disappear. I thought about the Holbrooks, about Vincent and whatever he'd experienced during his posting, about all the other rangers who'd served at that remote outpost and heard voices in the dark. How many had died? How many had fled, too terrified to report what they'd seen? "Will people believe us?" I asked. "No. But they don't need to believe. They just need to stay away." The helicopter carried us south, toward civilization and safety and the comfortable lie that the wilderness was just wilderness, empty of anything but trees and stone and water. I knew better now. I'd seen what lived in the spaces between, in the deep places where human light didn't reach. I'd heard it speak with my own voice. They debriefed me at the district office. I told them everything, knowing as I spoke that it would be filed away, buried under classifications and bureaucratic language that drained the horror from the truth. Marcus backed my account, but even she seemed uncertain whether what we'd experienced was real or some shared delusion born from isolation and stress. I didn't fight it. Let them think whatever made them comfortable. The area was being closed. That's what mattered. I resigned my position 2 days later. Found a job at a nature center in suburban Michigan, about as far from true wilderness as I could get while still working in the field. I give educational programs to school groups. Talk about local wildlife, habitat conservation, the importance of respecting nature. Sometimes at night, I still hear voices. Not often. Just occasionally, when I'm alone and the darkness presses close. My ex-wife, asking why I left. Jennifer Holbrook, screaming for help. My own voice, suggesting I should go outside, should check the perimeter, should trust what I hear. I know they're not real. Can't be real. I'm hundreds of miles from Glacier, from Kitaki Lake, from the things that hunt in the deep forest. But sometimes I wonder if distance matters. If the voices are memories, echoes of trauma, or if the thing that learned my speech patterns, that studied my mind, that wore my face in the darkness, if it left something behind. A connection. A thread linking me to those mountains and the hungry intelligence that dwells there. I tell myself it's just trauma. Just my brain processing what I survived. But last night, I heard a new voice. A hiker who went missing in Glacier National Park 3 weeks ago. I saw his face on the news, watched his parents pleading for information, and that night I heard him calling for help from outside my apartment. The Park Service found his body yesterday. Or what was left of it. So now I have to decide. Do I call Marcus? Do I try to warn someone? Or do I accept that some things can't be stopped, can't be contained, can only be survived? I don't have an answer. All I know is that I keep my doors locked, my lights burning, and I never, ever respond to voices in the dark. No matter how much they sound like people I know. No matter how much they sound like me. The Kitaki Lake Outpost remains abandoned. The area is officially closed to all recreation, designated as critical wildlife habitat. No explanation is given beyond vague references to dangerous terrain and protected species. But sometimes, late at night, park rangers in the region report strange radio transmissions from the vicinity of the lake. Voices calling for help. Conversations that don't make sense. People who shouldn't be there, asking for rescue. The protocol now is simple: don't respond. Don't investigate. Don't go looking. Some places are closed for good reason. And some voices are best left unanswered. My name is Dakota Reeves, and I took the job at Glacier National Park's Kinla Lake Station because I needed to disappear. Not in the criminal sense, nothing dramatic like that. I'd spent 5 years working law enforcement in Seattle, watching the city chew people up and spit them out in pieces. The job wore on me differently than it did my colleagues. They went home to families, to normalcy. I went home to an empty apartment where the walls seemed to close in tighter every night. When the posting came up for a remote ranger position in the northwestern corner of Montana, managing one of the park's most isolated stations, I applied the same day. The interview was perfunctory. They needed someone willing to spend 8 months of the year essentially alone, patrolling over 40 square miles of wilderness, maintaining trails, assisting the occasional backcountry hiker, and monitoring wildlife. The station sat at the end of a 15-mile dirt road that became impassable for half the year. Cell service was non-existent. The nearest town, a place called Polebridge with a population of maybe 30 people, was an hour's drive when the road was good. Most people don't last more than 1 season, the district supervisor told me over a crackling phone line. The isolation gets to them. We had one ranger request emergency extraction in February. Said he couldn't take the silence anymore. I told him silence sounded perfect. That was 7 months ago. Now, as October wind rattled the windows of my cabin and the first real snow of the season began to fall, I was beginning to understand what that previous ranger meant. It wasn't the silence itself that got to you. It was what the silence made room for, the things you could hear when every other sound died away. The cabin sat on a small rise overlooking Kinla Lake, a pristine glacial body of water that stretched for 7 miles, hemmed in by mountains on all sides. During summer, the view was breathtaking. Now, with storm clouds pressing down and the water turned steel gray, it looked like the edge of the world. My nearest neighbor was the Boulder Pass Ranger Station, 12 miles of rough trail to the south. I'd met the ranger there, a woman named Kendra, exactly twice. She preferred radio contact. I'd learned to prefer it too. The cabin itself was utilitarian, one main room serving as kitchen and living area, a small bedroom, and a storage space for equipment. Solar panels and a backup generator provided power. A wood stove kept the place warm. Outside stood a tool shed, an outhouse that would become unusable once snow got deep enough, and a small dock extending into the lake. The dock was where I'd first noticed something was wrong. It started in mid-September, just as the summer visitors trickled away to nothing. I'd been sitting on the dock at dusk, watching the light fade from the peaks across the water, when I noticed the fish. Kimla Lake was full of cutthroat trout, and normally at this hour you'd see them rising to feed on insects, creating ripples across the surface. But that evening, the water was completely still. Not a single rise, not a dimple. I sat there for an hour as darkness fell, and the lake remained as smooth as black glass. The next morning, I found 3 dead trout washed up on the shore. Their bodies showed no signs of disease or injury, no obvious cause of death. I collected samples and logged it, then hiked the shoreline for 2 miles in each direction. I found perhaps 24 more dead fish, all the same species, all in the same condition. When I radioed it in, the response was bureaucratic indifference. Fish die-offs happen. Could be any number of causes. Monitor and report. But I'd grown up fishing with my grandfather in Minnesota's boundary waters. I knew fish. And I knew that healthy trout didn't just die by the dozens for no reason. The pattern continued. Every few days, I'd find more dead fish. Not hundreds, just enough to be constant, to be noticeable. The wildlife began changing too. The black bears that should have been frantically feeding before hibernation were nowhere to be seen. The deer that usually came down to the lake at dawn stayed in the high country. Most unsettling were the ravens. Glacier had a healthy raven population, intelligent and vocal birds that served as the forest's alarm system. They'd gone quiet. I still saw them sometimes, black shapes perched in the highest branches of the spruce trees, but they didn't call. They just watched. I told myself it was climate change, shifting animal patterns, any rational explanation. But deep in my gut, in that place where instinct lives, I knew something was wrong with the forest around Kinla Lake. Then, 3 weeks ago, I found the first set of tracks. I'd been checking the Northern Trail, a rarely used path that led toward the Canadian border, when I came across them in a patch of soft earth. They looked almost human at first glance, the right general shape, the impression of 5 toes. But they were wrong. Too long, too narrow, and the stride was impossible. Whatever made these tracks had been moving fast, covering ground in leaps that measured 8 to 10 feet between impressions. The toes showed signs of claws, long ones, embedded deep into the soil. I took photographs, measurements, plaster casts. I documented everything with the thoroughness my law enforcement background had drilled into me. Then I hiked back to the cabin and spent 6 hours going through every wildlife identification guide in my library. Nothing matched. The prints were too large for a mountain lion, wrong shape for a bear, and the gait was all wrong for any known predator. I didn't report it. I'm not entirely sure why. Maybe because I knew how it would sound. Maybe because I'd already developed a reputation for detailed, perhaps overly detailed, incident reports about the fish and the silent ravens. Maybe because some part of me had already started to suspect that whatever made those tracks wasn't the kind of thing you could document in official Park Service paperwork. That night, I heard the first scream. I'd been asleep for maybe 2 hours when it woke me. The sound came from somewhere north of the cabin, out toward the trail where I'd found the tracks. It started as a high, keening wail, almost human but not quite. The pitch was wrong, too sustained, too controlled. It rose and fell in a pattern that made my breath catch in my throat, then cut off abruptly, leaving a silence that felt heavier than before. I grabbed my flashlight and radio, pulled on my boots, and stood on the cabin's small porch, scanning the tree line. My light picked out nothing but snow-dusted pines and the dark mass of the mountains beyond. I keyed the radio. Kinla Station to Boulder Pass. Kendra, you copy? Static hissed back at me. I tried again, then switched to the park-wide emergency frequency. More static. The radio had worked fine that afternoon. The scream came again, closer this time. It sounded like a woman in distress, like someone lost and terrified and calling for help. Every instinct from my years in law enforcement screamed at me to respond, to grab my gear and head toward the sound. But something else, something deeper and older, kept my feet planted on that porch. I stood there in the freezing October night, flashlight beam cutting through falling snow, and listened as that terrible scream circled my cabin. It moved through the forest with impossible speed, first from the north, then the west, then the south. Each time it called, it sounded more human, more desperate, more like someone who needed help. I went back inside, locked the door, and didn't sleep until dawn. The radio crackled to life at 6:47 a.m., yanking me from the shallow, restless sleep I'd finally managed around sunrise. Kendra's voice came through, crisp and professional as always. Boulder Pass to Kintla Station. Dakota, you awake? I fumbled for the handset. Copy, Boulder Pass. I'm here. Got a situation. Dispatch just relayed that 2 hikers are overdue. They registered for a 3-day backcountry permit starting at Bowman Lake, planning to hike north through your sector to Kintla, then loop back south. Should have checked out yesterday morning. Their vehicle's still at Bowman, nobody's heard from them. I was already pulling on my uniform, phone wedged between shoulder and ear. Description? Male and female, mid-30s. He's Gerald Morrison, she's Stacy Ruiz. Both experienced hikers according to their permit application. They listed emergency contacts, and those contacts are starting to worry. Weather's going to get worse over the next 48 hours, so we need to move fast. I'll start from this end, work south. Can you come up from Boulder Pass? Already packing. Let's plan to meet at Upper Kintla Lake by noon, compare notes. They were supposed to camp at the designated site there on night 2. After Kendra signed off, I loaded my pack, rope, first aid kit, emergency shelter, food, water purification, extra layers, and my service weapon, a Glock 22 I'd carried for years but never particularly wanted to use in the backcountry. Park Service didn't require us to go armed, but after what I'd heard last night, I wasn't going into the woods without it. The snow had stopped, leaving maybe 3 inches of fresh powder over everything. Perfect tracking conditions. If the hikers had come through this area, I'd find their prints. I started at the designated campsite nearest my cabin, a cleared space with a food storage locker about a mile up the Kintla Lake Trail. Fresh snow covered everything, but when I brushed away the top layer near the fire ring, I found cold ashes underneath. Someone had camped here, probably 2 or 3 days ago based on how the ash had weathered. I found boot prints in the sheltered areas beneath the spruce trees, 2 different sizes, consistent with 2 people. They'd been here. The question was, where did they go? The trail continued north, following the lakeshore before climbing into rougher country. I hiked fast, eyes scanning constantly for any sign of passage. At the 2-mile mark, I found something that made my stomach drop. One of their packs lay in the middle of the trail. It was a blue external frame backpack, modern and expensive looking, partially covered by snow. I approached carefully, scanning the surrounding forest. The pack hadn't been chewed or torn apart by animals. It had been opened, items scattered around it in a rough circle. I recognized the methodical pattern of someone searching for something specific. Clothes, a sleeping bag, cooking gear, all tossed aside. The food bag was gone. So was any identification that might have been in the pack. I keyed my radio. Kintla to Boulder Pass. Go ahead. Found one of their packs. 2 miles north of my station, right in the middle of the trail. Looks like someone went through it. A pause. Through it how? Searching. Deliberately. Food's gone, everything else scattered around. Could be a bear. No claw marks, no teeth marks. This was hands, Kendra. Another pause, longer this time. Copy that. I'm about 5 miles from Upper Kintla Lake. Haven't seen any sign yet. Keep me posted. Continuing north. I left the pack, it was evidence now, and marked the location with my GPS. The trail climbed steeply here, switchbacking up the side of a ridge. The snow was deeper where it had drifted, and I had to slow down, testing each step. About halfway up the ridge, I found the tracks. They were the same ones I'd seen 3 weeks ago. Long, narrow, wrong. They came out of the forest to the east, crossed the trail at an angle, and disappeared into the dense timber on the western slope. I knelt beside the clearest print, taking measurements. The stride pattern suggested running, or something like running. Whatever made these had been moving fast. The tracks were fresh, made sometime during last night's snowfall. I followed them with my eyes as far as I could into the timber, my hand unconsciously moving to rest on my weapon. The forest here was old growth, trees so tall and dense that they blocked out most of the weak October sunlight. In that darkness, anything could be watching. I forced myself to keep moving up the trail. The hikers were the priority. 2 people, possibly in trouble, definitely overdue. Whatever else was out here, finding them came first. At the ridge top, the trail leveled out and ran along an exposed stretch with a clear view of the lake below and the peaks beyond. The wind hit hard up here, and I could see storm clouds building to the northwest, promising more snow. I was about to continue when I noticed something on a tree just off the trail. Scratches. Deep gouges in the bark, starting about 7 feet up and running down to chest height. 4 parallel marks, each one cut deep into the wood. They were fresh enough that sap was still weeping from the wounds. I'd seen bear scratches plenty of times. Bears mark territory, sharpen claws, work off aggression. But these were too high, too deep, and the spacing was wrong. The pattern suggested fingers, not paws. Long fingers with claws that could dig into solid wood. "Kintla to Boulder Pass, come in." Static answered me. I tried again, adjusting the frequency. Nothing. The radio had been working fine an hour ago. I checked my GPS. The Upper Kintla Lake campsite was about 2 miles ahead. I could make it in under an hour at a steady pace. I debated turning back, getting to higher ground where the radio might work, but the deteriorating weather made that decision for me. If Morrison and Rees were out here, hurt or lost, they didn't have time for me to waste on radio problems. The trail descended back into thick forest, and the temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees as soon as I entered the trees. The silence pressed in around me, not peaceful, but anticipatory, like the forest was holding its breath. No birdsong, no squirrels chattering, no distant raven calls. Just the crunch of my boots in the snow and the whisper of wind through the high branches. I'd gone maybe half a mile when I smelled it. Rot. Not the clean smell of decomposing leaves or old wood, but something organic and wrong. The stench grew stronger as I rounded a bend in the trail, until I had to breathe through my mouth to keep from gagging. The second backpack hung from a tree branch about 15 feet up. It had been ripped open, contents gone, the fabric shredded as if something had torn through it in a frenzy. Below the tree, the snow was disturbed in a wide area, trampled and kicked up. I saw boot prints, lots of them, moving in panicked, erratic patterns. I saw the long, narrow prints I'd been following. And I saw something else. Blood. Not a lot, but enough. Dark drops on the white snow, a trail leading away from the tree into the densest part of the forest. I drew my weapon. "Morrison! Ruiz! Park Service! If you can hear me, call out!" My voice seemed to die in the air, swallowed by the trees. I waited, listening. The rot smell was stronger here, almost overwhelming. I moved toward the blood trail, following it step by careful step into the timber. 20 yards in, I found what was left of the food bag. It had been torn to pieces, every item of food gone. Not eaten here, there were no wrappers, no discarded packaging. Just gone, carried off. The blood trail continued deeper into the forest, and I followed it for another 30 yards before I stopped. The forest had changed. The trees here grew in strange formations, their trunks twisted and leaning at odd angles. The undergrowth was dead, not dormant for winter but actually dead, brown and brittle. Even the snow looked wrong, stained with something dark that I couldn't identify. And there, hanging from a low branch, was a piece of fabric. Blue fleece. The same color as the jacket listed in Ruiz's description. I reached up and carefully pulled the fabric free. It was torn, not cut, and there was blood on one edge. I bagged it, marking the location, then continued forward. The trees opened into a small clearing, maybe 40 feet across. In the center stood a massive spruce, its lower branches dead and hanging like broken limbs. The ground around it was completely bare of snow, just dark earth and dead needles. And tied to the trunk of that tree, at roughly shoulder height, was a rope. Not secured to the tree, tied around it, the way you might tie a rope around a hitching post. One end had been cut cleanly. The other end disappeared into the dark hollow at the tree's base. I approached slowly, weapon raised. The rot smell was intense here, and underneath it was something else, something metallic and sharp. I could hear my pulse pounding in my ears as I knelt beside the tree and shined my flashlight into the hollow. A hand? Gray-white, fingers curled, partially covered in dark earth. I jerked back, training warring with instinct. I forced myself to look again, to confirm what I'd seen. There was a body in that hollow, or what remained of one. I couldn't see much, the space was too confined, the body too decomposed. But I could see enough to know it had been there for weeks, maybe months. This wasn't Morrison or Ruiz. The rope around the tree took on a different meaning. Someone had been tied here. Someone had died here. And whatever happened to them had nothing to do with natural causes. I stood up, my radio in my hand before I remembered it wasn't working. I needed to get back to the cabin, get a working radio, call this in. The hikers were still missing, but this scene needed proper investigation, The scream cut through the forest, so close it felt like it came from inside my head. It was the same sound I'd heard last night, but now in daylight, I could hear it better. It wasn't a human scream. It was something imitating one, the way a mockingbird imitates other birds. The pitch was right, the rhythm was right, but the tone was fundamentally wrong, like listening to a recording played on broken speakers. It came from the north, from deeper in the forest, from the direction of Upper Kinla Lake. Then I heard something else. A human voice, definitely human this time, shouting for help. A woman's voice, high and panicked, calling out words I couldn't quite make out. Stacy Ruiz. I ran. I crashed through the forest at a dead sprint, abandoning any attempt at caution. The screaming continued ahead of me, mixing with that other sound, that not quite right wailing that made my skin crawl. I keyed my radio as I ran, trying every frequency, but got nothing back except static and silence. The terrain forced me to slow down. The undergrowth here was thick, and the snow hid obstacles, fallen logs, holes, rocks that could break an ankle. I'd covered maybe 200 yards when the screaming stopped. Both the human voice and that other sound cut off at the same instant, leaving a silence so complete I could hear my own ragged breathing echoing back from the trees. I stopped, pressing my back against a large pine, trying to control my breathing enough to listen. Nothing. No movement, no sound, no indication of which direction to go. I'd lost the trail in my sprint, and the forest here all looked the same, dense spruce and lodgepole pine, heavy timber that blocked out the weak afternoon light. Then I heard it. A voice, soft and pleading, coming from somewhere ahead and to my left. Help me! Please! I'm hurt! I can't move! It was a woman's voice, but something about it was off. The words were too clear, too perfect, like someone reading from a script. No breathlessness despite the claim of being hurt, no pain in the tone. Just those words, repeated exactly. Help me! Please! I'm hurt! I can't move! I moved toward the sound, weapon raised, every nerve in my body screaming that this was wrong. The voice continued, never varying, never changing inflection. It led me through a thick stand of trees and into another clearing. Upper Kinla Lake spread out before me, its dark water reflecting the gray sky. The designated campsite sat on a small rise overlooking the water, marked by a food storage locker and a fire ring. And there, standing at the edge of the clearing, was a figure. At first glance, it looked human. Tall, slender, dressed in dark clothing that might have been a coat or jacket. It stood completely still, facing the lake, its back to me. And from it came that voice. Help me! Please! I'm hurt! I can't move! I raised my weapon, thumbing off the safety. Park Service! Identify yourself! The figure didn't turn, didn't acknowledge me at all. It just kept repeating those same words in that same flat, perfect voice. Help me! Please! I'm hurt! I can't move! I circled left, trying to get a better angle, trying to see its face. As I moved, the figure turned its head, just the head, the body remaining perfectly still, to track my movement. Where its face should have been, there was nothing. Not darkness, not a mask, just absence. A void where features should exist. My finger tightened on the trigger. The thing's mouth opened, far wider than any human mouth should open, and Gerald Morrison's voice came out. "Stacy! Stacy, where are you? I can't find you!" It was perfect. The panic, the desperation, the slight roughness that suggested he'd been shouting for hours. If I hadn't been looking at the thing making the sound, I would have sworn Morrison himself was standing there. The mouth closed. When it opened again, a different voice emerged. A man I didn't recognize, speaking in a language I didn't understand. Then another voice, another language. Then a child crying for their mother. The voices cycled faster, overlapping, until it sounded like a crowd of people all speaking at once from that single, impossible mouth. I fired. The report echoed across the lake like thunder. My shot took the thing in the center of mass, or where the center of mass would be on a human. It didn't flinch, didn't fall. The voices cut off, and in the sudden silence, I heard it breathe. Not the quick, pained breathing of something injured. A deep, wet inhalation, like it was drawing in the air itself, tasting it. Then it turned to face me fully. I'm not going to try to describe what I saw. My mind couldn't process it then, and I'm not sure it can now. The shape was wrong, the proportions were wrong, and the way it moved as it took a step toward me defied every law of anatomy I knew. All I knew with absolute certainty was that I was looking at something ancient, something hungry, and something that had no intention of letting me leave this clearing alive. I fired again and again. The shots hit. I was too good a shot to miss at this range, but they might as well have been hitting water for all the effect they had. The thing kept coming, moving in a way that my eyes couldn't quite follow, like it was skipping frames in a film. I ran. I crashed back into the forest, abandoning the trail, abandoning any sense of direction. Behind me, I could hear it following. Not crashing through the undergrowth like I was, but moving smoothly, effortlessly, and fast. Too fast. My lungs burned, my legs screamed, but I kept running because stopping meant dying. A root caught my foot, and I went down hard, momentum carrying me into a roll that ended with me slamming against a tree. Stars burst across my vision. I scrambled to my feet, disoriented, looking for the thing. It stood 10 feet away, just watching me. And as I stared at it, I finally understood what I was seeing. It was wearing them. Morrison and Rees. Not their clothes, them. Their skin, their features, wrapped around that wrong shape like ill-fitting clothing. I could see Morrison's face stretched across its chest, his mouth moving soundlessly. Rees's hand dangled from what might have been its shoulder, fingers twitching. "No," I whispered. "No, no, no." The thing cocked its head, and Morrison's voice came from somewhere within it. "Please! We need help. We're so cold." It took a step forward. I raised my weapon with shaking hands and emptied the magazine into it. The bullets passed through without resistance, punching neat holes that immediately closed, like shooting through smoke. The thing reached for me with what had been Rees's arm. Then something slammed into it from the side. The impact sent both figures tumbling into the undergrowth. I caught a glimpse of another shape, massive and dark, grappling with the thing. The sounds they made weren't animal or human but something else entirely. Wet tearing sounds, bone-breaking, screams that existed on frequencies I shouldn't have been able to hear. I didn't stay to watch. I ran. I have no clear memory of the next hour. I know I fell multiple times. I know I lost my weapon somewhere. I know the screaming followed me, sometimes close, sometimes distant, always there. When I finally stumbled out of the trees and saw my cabin across the lake, I had blood running down my face from a cut I didn't remember getting, and my hands were numb from cold. The cabin door was open. I'd locked it. I knew I'd locked it because I checked it twice, the way I always did, the way my training had drilled into me. But it stood wide open now, swinging slightly in the wind. I approached slowly, trying to remember if I'd left any weapons inside. My backup pistol was in the bedroom, locked in the safe. The shotgun was in the storage shed. I had a knife in the kitchen, a good hunting knife that might make a difference if whatever was inside came at me. The cabin was empty. But it had been searched. Not ransacked. This was methodical, professional. Every drawer opened, every cabinet checked, my papers and maps spread across the table. Someone or something had been looking for something specific. I grabbed my backup weapon, loaded it, and did a complete sweep. Nobody in the bedroom, nobody in the storage space. But on my bed, arranged carefully, were 3 items. A park ranger uniform. Too small to be mine. The name tag read, Brooks. A radio, smashed beyond repair. And a photograph, old and faded, showing a group of rangers standing in front of this very cabin. I recognized the building, the layout, even some of the trees in the background. The photo was dated 1987. In the bottom corner, someone had written in neat handwriting, "Last photo before the winter." I picked up the photo with trembling hands. There were 5 rangers in the picture, all smiling despite the snow falling around them. I recognized the woman in the center immediately. Same dark hair pulled back in a bun, same sharp features, same intense eyes I'd seen in the photographs displayed in the main ranger station. Her name tag read, Brooks. She'd been the ranger here before me. The one before the one who requested emergency extraction last winter. She'd gone missing in February of 1987, during a particularly harsh winter storm. They'd found her cabin abandoned, her gear still here, no sign of struggle. She'd simply vanished. 38 years ago. I set the photo down carefully and picked up the smashed radio. It was newer than Brooks's uniform, probably from the early 2000s. Another missing ranger? How many had there been? How many had tried to winter over at this station and disappeared? My radio crackled to life, making me jump. Kimla Station, this is Boulder Pass. Dakota, please respond. Over. I grabbed it. Kendra! Kendra, I'm here. Listen to me very carefully. There's something in the forest. Something that's been killing hikers. Morrison and Ruiz are gone. There's at least one body up near. Dakota, calm down. I need you to listen to me. Her voice was wrong. Too calm, too measured. The same flat quality I'd heard from that thing in the clearing. I'm about 2 miles from your station. The voice that wasn't quite Kendra continued. I found evidence of the hikers. We need to discuss what to do next. Can you meet me at the trailhead? I think it would be better if we talked in person. I dropped the radio like it had burned me. It hit the floor and the voice kept talking, unbothered by the impact. Dakota? Are you there? Please respond. I'm worried about you. You don't sound well. Maybe you should come outside. The fresh air would do you good. I backed away from the radio, my eyes fixed on it as that too calm voice continued its litany of concern. Behind the words, I could hear other sounds. Breathing. Movement. The wet sounds of meat tearing. And then, very faintly, I heard Kendra's real voice. Screaming. I grabbed my pack, threw in everything I could carry. Food, water, my backup pistol, ammunition, the photo of Brooks and her team, and I ran. Not out the front door where that voice on the radio was telling me to go, but out the back window, the one that faced away from the lake and toward the access road. The 15-mile dirt track was my only way out. The snow was falling harder now, big wet flakes that would cover my tracks in minutes. I ran toward the road, expecting at any moment to feel something grab me from behind, to hear that voice calling my name in perfect imitation of someone I knew. But I made it to where my truck was parked without incident. The tires had been slashed. All 4 of them, cut deep and thorough. And on the hood, scratched into the paint, were 4 parallel marks. The same pattern I'd seen on the tree. I kept moving. 15 miles on foot, in deteriorating weather, with something hunting me. I'd hiked longer distances, survived worse conditions. I could make it. I had to make it. The road wound through dense forest, following the curve of the land. In summer, It was a beautiful drive. Now, it felt like walking through a tunnel with the walls closing in. The trees grew close on both sides, their branches meeting overhead to block out what little light remained. Snow muffled every sound except my own breathing and footsteps. I'd gone maybe 3 miles when I saw the figure standing in the road ahead. It was too dark to make out details, just a shape against the snow. Human-sized, but standing too still, too perfectly motionless. I froze, hand moving to my weapon. Dakota. My own voice. It was using my own voice. Dakota, it's okay. You can stop running. We just want to talk. I stepped off the road, into the trees. The figure didn't move, didn't try to follow. It just kept calling my name in my own voice, over and over, as I circled around it through the forest. I gave it a wide berth, at least 200 yards, before cutting back to the road. I'd covered maybe another mile when I found the car. It was pulled off to the side, partially hidden by trees. A newer model sedan, completely wrong for this road. The doors were locked, windows intact. Inside, I could see camping gear, maps, a cooler. On the dashboard was a parking permit for Bowman Lake. Morrison and Reese's car. But it should have been at Bowman Lake, 40 miles south of here. How had it gotten here? I tried the doors anyway, hoping for keys, but they were locked. I was about to move on when I noticed the scratches on the driver's side door. 4 parallel marks, cut deep into the metal. I ran. The storm was getting worse. The wind picked up, driving the snow horizontally, cutting visibility down to maybe 20 feet. I pulled my hood tight and kept moving, using my compass to stay on course when the road became too hard to see. My legs were getting heavy, my lungs burning from breathing cold air. I'd been hiking for hours, running on adrenaline and fear, and my body was starting to shut down. I needed shelter. I needed rest. But stopping meant dying. Then I saw lights ahead. Yellow and warm, cutting through the snow. For one desperate moment, I thought I'd made it to Polbridge, that I'd somehow covered 15 miles faster than I'd realized. But as I got closer, I saw the truth. It was a cabin, smaller than mine, older. And it hadn't been on any of my maps. I approached carefully. No tracks in the snow around it, no smoke from the chimney, but the lights were clearly on inside. Through the window, I could see a figure moving around, doing something at a table. I was so tired. So cold. The sensible part of my brain was screaming warnings, but the rest of me just wanted to be inside, to be warm, to stop running. I knocked on the door. It opened immediately, and a woman stood there. She was maybe 60, weathered face, gray hair pulled back in a bun. She wore a park ranger uniform, and her name tag read, Brooks. Come in, she said. You must be freezing. I'll make coffee. I stood on the threshold, every instinct at war. This wasn't possible. Brooks had been gone for 38 years. I'd seen her photo, I'd read her file. She'd been 32 when she vanished. This woman was older, but not that much older. And she was wearing the same uniform I'd found on my bed. Who are you? I managed. You know who I am, Dakota. I'm the ranger who was here before. Before a lot of people, actually. Now come inside before you freeze to death. We need to talk. She turned and walked back into the cabin, leaving the door open. Against every bit of sense I had, I followed. The interior was warm, heated by a wood stove that crackled cheerfully. The cabin was one room, sparsely furnished but comfortable. On the table were maps, old ones, hand-drawn. And there were photos on the wall, dozens of them. Rangers, all in front of cabins like this one, all with the same date ranges in the corners. Brooks poured 2 cups of coffee from a pot that had been sitting on the stove. She handed me one and gestured to a chair. Drink. You're hypothermic whether you realize it or not. Then I'll tell you what you need to know. The coffee was real. Hot, bitter, perfect. I wrapped my hands around the cup and felt some warmth return to my fingers. Brooks sat across from me and studied my face with those intense eyes. How much have you figured out? She asked. There's something in the forest. Something that kills people. Something that's been here for a long time. Longer than you can imagine. The Kootenai tribes called it Wetiko. The Blackfeet knew it by another name. Every culture that's lived in these mountains has a word for it, a story about it. A creature born from hunger, from want, from need so intense it consumes everything human and leaves behind only appetite. A Wendigo, I said. The word felt heavy on my tongue. Brooks nodded. That's one name for it, yes. Though it's not quite what the legends describe. It's older than the legends. It might be older than the mountains themselves. It feeds on people, but not just their bodies. It feeds on their voices, their memories, their identities. Everything that makes a person who they are, it consumes and adds to itself. Morrison and Rees. The body I found in the tree hollow. You. Not me. I'm still here, aren't I? After a fashion. She smiled, but there was no humor in it. I'm not the Ranger Brooks who went missing in 1987. I'm the one from 1952. Or maybe the one from 1931. We all end up here eventually, the ones who last long enough to learn the truth. I set down my coffee cup carefully. This isn't real. You're not real. I'm as real as anything else in this forest. More real than that thing out there, probably. I exist in the spaces between, in the moments when the forest decides to show mercy. I exist because I refuse to be consumed completely, and because someone has to warn the next one. Warn me about what? About the choice you're going to have to make. She stood and walked to the window, looking out at the storm. Every ranger who's come to Kintla Lake has faced this choice. Stay and fight, stay and feed it, or run and let it spread. Most run. Some stay for the wrong reasons and become part of it. A very few stay for the right reasons and become like me, guardians, watchers, warnings. I'm not staying. I'm going to Polebridge, I'm going to call for help, and I'm going to see this thing destroyed. Brooks turned back to me, and in her eyes, I saw something ancient and sad. Help can't destroy it. Fire won't kill it. Bullets won't stop it. It's existed here for thousands of years, fed by the lost and the dying, growing stronger with every person who wanders into these mountains and never comes out. The only thing that contains it is distance and dedication. So you're saying I should just accept this? Let it kill whoever comes near? I'm saying you need to understand what you're dealing with. The forest around Kintla Lake is old, Dakota. Older than the park, older than the country. There are places here where reality gets thin, where things that shouldn't exist can slip through. That creature out there isn't natural, but it's also not supernatural. It's something else entirely. She returned to the table and pulled out one of the hand-drawn maps. Look. Every red mark is a disappearance. Every blue mark is a reported sighting. Every black mark is where someone like me tried to make a stand. The pattern goes back over 100 years, maybe more. The creature ranges in a rough circle, maybe 50 square miles, always centered on Kintla Lake. It can't leave that range, or won't. We've never been sure which. I studied the map. The marks formed a clear pattern, a territory maintained across decades. Why doesn't the Park Service close this area? They tried. Several times. But every time they do, the disappearances just spread wider, like the creature is searching for food. Keep the area open, keep a ranger stationed here who knows the truth, and it stays contained. Most seasons, it doesn't kill anyone. Most seasons, it just watches and waits. This year is different. Why? I don't know. Maybe it's hungry. Maybe something changed in the forest. Maybe it's just been too long since it fed properly. She looked at me intently. But I do know this, you can't outrun it, and you can't kill it. You can only choose how you're going to face it. The lights flickered. Brooks tensed, looking toward the window. Outside, the storm had intensified to near whiteout conditions. It's found us, she said quietly. It always does eventually. Found us? You said this cabin is some kind of safe space. Safe-ish. Nothing in this forest is truly safe from what's out there. She moved to the door, checking that it was secure. The question is whether it wants in badly enough to force the issue. Something slammed against the outside wall, hard enough to make the whole cabin shake. Then another impact, and another. The thing was circling the cabin, testing it, looking for a way in. Through the window, I caught glimpses of movement, shapes that were almost human but not quite, shifting and changing as they moved. "What do I do?" I asked, hearing the tremor in my voice. Brooks pulled a rifle down from where it hung on the wall. She checked the action, loaded a single round, and handed it to me. "You survived the night. Then you make your choice." The impacts continued, growing stronger. The walls creaked, the windows rattled. And from outside came voices, Morrison begging for help, Reese crying in pain, Kendra calling my name. My own voice joined them, and then my grandfather's voice, dead 5 years now, telling me to come outside, telling me everything would be okay. I raised the rifle, watching the door, waiting for it to break. But dawn came first. The light arrived slowly, grudgingly, as if the sun itself was reluctant to rise over Kinla Lake. One moment the cabin was surrounded by darkness and those terrible voices. The next, gray pre-dawn light was seeping through the windows, and the only sound was wind moving through the trees. Brooks lowered her weapon and moved to the window. I joined her, rifle still ready, and looked out at the clearing around her cabin. The snow was trampled in circles, covered in tracks that made no sense, prints that changed mid-stride from human to something else, patterns that spiraled inward toward the cabin and then stopped, as if whatever made them had simply ceased to exist at the threshold. "It's gone," Brooks said. "For now. It doesn't like daylight. Not true daylight anyway. Cloud cover it can handle, but clear sun? That sends it deep into the forest, into the dark places where light doesn't reach." I lowered the rifle, my hands shaking from exhaustion and delayed fear. "How long do I have?" "Until dusk. Maybe 8 hours, given the season and the storm clouds. Enough time to make it to Polbridge if you run the whole way. Enough time to reach my old cabin and fortify it if you plan to stay." "Your old cabin? You mean my cabin?" She smiled that humorless smile again. "There is no my or yours here, Dakota. There's just the cabin at Kinla Lake and whoever's trying to survive in it. I lasted 3 winters before I ended up here. The ranger before me made it 5. The one before that didn't make it through the first. And you're telling me I should stay? That I should spend however many winters I have left fighting that thing? I'm not telling you anything. I'm giving you information so you can make a choice. Run to Polbridge, tell them what you saw, and maybe they'll believe you. Maybe they'll even send a team to investigate. But they won't find anything conclusive, and in the end, they'll just assign another ranger to this station. Someone who doesn't know what's out there. Someone who won't last a month." She walked to the table and gathered up her maps, rolling them carefully. "Or you stay. You learn the patterns, the safe routes, the times when it's active and when it sleeps. You warn hikers away without making it obvious. You keep it contained to this little corner of the park. And maybe, just maybe, you figure out something we haven't. Some way to end this. That's not much of a choice. No. But it's the only one you've got." I thought about Morrison and Reese, their voices crying out from inside that thing. I thought about Kendra, if she was even still alive. I thought about every hiker who'd come through this area over the past 7 months, and how many of them I'd directed toward trails that took them away from Kinla Lake without really explaining why. I'd already been making the choice, I realized. I just hadn't known it. "Tell me how to fight it," I said. Brooks nodded as if she'd been expecting this. "First rule, never be out after dark unless you absolutely have to. The creature hunts at night, moves at night, is strongest at night. Second rule, trust nothing you hear. It will use voices of people you know, people you care about, even your own voice. The only real voice is the one standing right in front of you. Third rule, stay away from the old places." "What old places?" She unrolled one of the maps. "Here, here, and here. These 3 locations have been sources of disappearances longer than there've been rangers. Long before white settlers came to these mountains. The indigenous people avoided them, Mark them as cursed ground. Whatever that creature is, it's strongest in those places. I studied the locations. One was near where I'd found the body in the tree hollow. One was up past Upper Kintla Lake, in an area I'd never explored. The third was less than a mile from my cabin. Fourth rule, Brooks continued, is the most important. Don't try to kill it. Others have tried. Poison bait, traps, even dynamite once, back in the 30s. Nothing works. You can hurt it, slow it down, but you can't kill what's already dead. Your goal isn't to destroy it. Your goal is to survive it and keep others from feeding it. And if I can't? If it gets past me, takes a hiker? Then you document it, you report it as a missing person, and you live with it. Just like every ranger before you has done. She met my eyes. I won't lie to you, Dakota. This is a terrible job. It will wear on you. It will change you. Most nights you'll sleep with your weapon in reach. Most days you'll question whether you're doing any good at all. But the alternative is worse. I knew she was right. I'd known it since I'd heard Morrison's voice coming from that thing's mouth. Since I'd seen what was left of them being worn like a costume. I couldn't let that happen to others. I couldn't let it spread. How do I contact you? I asked. If I need help or information or... You can't. This cabin only appears when it wants to be found, and I only exist in the spaces where the forest gets strange. You'll see me again, maybe, if you last long enough. Until then, you're on your own. She handed me the maps. These are yours now. Study them. Learn them. Add to them. Wait. Before I go, I need to know. The rangers who disappeared, did they all end up like Morrison and Ruiz? Brooks was quiet for a long moment. Not all of them. Some we found, or what was left of them. Some just vanished, no trace. But some became part of the forest itself. Like me, but different. They're out there still, watching, waiting. You might encounter them. They might even help you if you're lucky. And if I'm not lucky, then you'll end up like them. Or worse. She walked me to the door. Outside, the storm had passed, leaving behind clear sky and fresh snow. In the distance, I could see the peaks of Glacier National Park stretching away in all directions, beautiful and deadly and ancient. One more thing, Brooks said as I stepped out onto the porch. The creature, the Wendigo, whatever you want to call it, it was human once. Hundreds of years ago, maybe thousands. Someone who got lost in these mountains, someone who was starving, someone who made a choice that cost them their humanity. Remember that. Remember that it wasn't always a monster. Does that matter? It might. Someday, it might matter a lot. I turned to say goodbye, but the cabin was already fading. Not disappearing dramatically, just becoming less solid, less real, until I was standing in a clearing in the forest with nothing but trees around me and the memory of a conversation that might or might not have happened. I checked my compass and started walking. Not toward Polebridge, but back toward my cabin. Back toward Kintla Lake. The hike took 4 hours. I moved carefully, watching for tracks, listening for voices. But the forest was quiet, almost peaceful in the morning light. Ravens called in the distance. Actual ravens, not imitations. I saw deer tracks in the snow, and once, a fox darted across the trail ahead of me. The forest was coming back to life, like the creature's presence had been suppressing it, and now, in daylight, the normal rhythms could resume. My cabin looked exactly as I'd left it, door still hanging open from my hasty exit. I approached carefully, cleared every room, checked every window. The photo of Brooks and her team was still on my bed. The smash radio was still on the floor. I gathered them both up, added them to the maps Brooks had given me, and stored everything in a waterproof case. Then I sat down at my table and started making a list. Things I would need to survive the winter, more ammunition, better locks, supplies I could cache along the trails. Ways I could warn hikers without alarming them, closed trail signs, vague references to animal activity, redirecting people towards safer routes. Documentation I needed to maintain, every sighting, every strange occurrence, every pattern I could identify. And I started writing a letter. A letter to whoever would be the next ranger at this station, whether that was in 1 year or 10. I wrote down everything Brooks had told me, everything I'd learned. I wrote about the creature, the old places, the voices. I included the maps, the photos, the evidence. Then I sealed it in an envelope marked "Open only if Dakota Reeves disappears," and hid it in a place where a thorough search would find it but casual cleaning wouldn't disturb it. By the time I finished, the sun was past its zenith and heading toward the western peaks. I had maybe 4 hours of good daylight left. I spent it fortifying the cabin, reinforcing the door, checking the windows, setting up early warning systems using tripwires and bells that would let me know if anything approached after dark. As dusk approached, I made coffee, loaded both my weapons, and positioned myself where I could watch both the front and back of the cabin. I didn't know if the creature would come back tonight. I didn't know if it came every night, or only when it was hungry. But I would be ready. The sun touched the peaks, and the temperature dropped 10 degrees in as many minutes. Shadows grew long across the lake. I heard the first owl call of the evening, and then the forest began its nightly transition from day sounds to night sounds. And then I heard it. Distant at first, coming from somewhere up the trail toward Upper Kinla Lake. A voice, clear and desperate, calling for help. Calling for a ranger. Calling for me. I didn't move. I didn't respond. I sat in my cabin with my weapons ready and my doors locked and let the voice call into the darkness. It moved closer, circling the cabin, trying different voices, different pleas. Morrison's voice, begging me to help him. Reese's voice, crying in pain. Kendra's voice, telling me she was hurt and needed my help. And finally, inevitably, my own voice. My own voice calling to me from the darkness, telling me that it was safe to come out, that everything was going to be okay, that I didn't need to be afraid anymore. I let it call. I let it circle. I let it test my defenses and my resolve. And when dawn finally came, washing the darkness away like water washing blood from stone, I was still there. Still alive. Still human. I stepped out onto my porch and looked across Kinla Lake. The water was calm, reflecting the morning sky. The peaks stood eternal and indifferent. And somewhere in the forest, in the deep places where light didn't reach, the creature that had been human once waited for night to fall again. I went back inside, made fresh coffee, and started planning for the next long night. This was my choice. This was my territory. This was my watch. And I would hold it for as long as I could. The radio crackled to life, making me start. For a moment I froze, remembering that voice that wasn't quite Kendra. But then the static cleared and I heard the Rio Park dispatch, tinny and distant but definitely human. Any station, this is Park Dispatch. Be advised, major storm system moving in. All backcountry travel suspended until further notice. Acknowledge if you copy. I picked up the radio and keyed the mic. Kitla station copies. Storm acknowledged. All trails in my sector are clear of registered hikers. Copy that, Kinla. Stay safe out there. Will do, dispatch. Kinla station out. I set the radio down and looked out the window at the bright, clear morning. No sign of any storm on the horizon. But I understood what dispatch was really telling me. They were closing my sector, giving me time to recover, to regroup. Time to prepare. Or maybe they'd always known. Maybe every ranger at this station got the same mysterious storm warnings, the same extended periods of isolation, the same unspoken permission to do what needed to be done. I'd probably never know for sure. What I did know was that when spring came and the trails reopened, when hikers started flowing into this sector again, I would be ready. I would guide them away from the old places. I would watch for signs of the creature's movements. I would keep people safe. And at night, when the darkness came and the voices started calling, I would sit in my cabin and I would wait. Wait for dawn. Wait for spring. Wait for whatever came next. Because this was my choice. And I'd made it with my eyes open. I pulled Brooks's maps out of their case and spread them across my table. Then I picked up a pen and added a new mark, my own name, my own date, the beginning of my own watch over Kindla Lake. The forest was quiet outside. The lake was calm. And somewhere in the deep places, ancient hunger waited for night. But I'd be ready when it came. I'd be ready. My name is Aida Redhawk, and I took the job at Cayuga Wilderness Station because I needed to disappear. Not from the law or anything dramatic like that. I needed to disappear from the version of myself that had spent 3 years behind a desk in Atlanta, processing permits and answering phone calls about bear sightings that were usually just large dogs. The National Park Service had plenty of openings for someone willing to work remote stations, and after my divorce finalized in August, remote sounded perfect. The posting was straightforward: winter caretaker for a research station deep in the Appalachian wilderness of North Georgia. 6 months of solitude, basic maintenance, weather monitoring, and occasional assistance to the handful of hardcore winter hikers who ventured into the backcountry. The pay was modest, but it included housing and I'd have actual ranger duties again instead of drowning in bureaucracy. My supervisor, a weathered man named Gerard Moss, drove me up to the station in mid-November. The Forest Service road became increasingly rough as we climbed, eventually turning into little more than a rutted track. "You sure about this?" Gerard asked for the third time. "It's different being up here when the snow comes. Last guy only lasted 2 months. What happened to him?" "Said the isolation got to him." Gerard shifted gears as we crawled over a washout. "Started hearing things. Seeing things in the trees. We pulled him out in January, sent him to work the visitor center in Dahlonega." I didn't respond. I'd heard similar stories during my training. Isolation does strange things to people. The mind fills empty spaces with phantoms. The station appeared around a bend, a solid log structure built in the 1960s, updated just enough to meet modern safety codes. Solar panels on the roof, a propane tank for heating and cooking, and a small shed for equipment storage. About 50 yards down a sloping trail sat Lake Watauga, a natural mountain lake barely half a mile across, surrounded by dense forest that climbed steeply on all sides. "Radio check every 3 days," Gerard reminded me as he helped unload my supplies. "Weather reports twice a week. If we don't hear from you, we'll send someone up, but that could take a while depending on conditions." "Understood." He handed me a thick binder. "Maintenance logs, emergency procedures, wildlife reports from the past 5 years. Previous rangers noted some unusual animal behavior in winter. Deer moving in strange patterns, sounds in the forest at night. Probably just the cold playing tricks, but worth documenting if you notice anything." After Gerard left, the silence settled over the station like a heavy blanket. I spent the afternoon organizing supplies and reviewing the logs. The previous ranger, a man named Boyd Crawford, had kept meticulous notes until January, when his entries became sparse and erratic. "Heard something large moving through the trees north of the lake. No visual confirmation. Deer carcass found near the water. Unusual feeding pattern. Bones scattered in a wide radius. Something screamed in the forest last night. Not an animal I recognize." His final entry, dated January 19th, consisted of a single line. "I need to leave." I closed the binder and looked out the window. The sun was setting early, painting the lake orange and red. The forest beyond stood black and impenetrable. A light snow had begun to fall. That first night, I slept soundly. The cabin was warm, the bed comfortable, and exhaustion from the move pulled me under quickly. I dreamed of nothing. It was the second night when I first heard it. I woke at 2:47 a.m. according to the digital clock beside my bed. The cabin was dark except for the faint glow of the propane heater's pilot light. Snow tapped against the windows, driven by wind that moaned through the trees. But beneath the wind, I heard something else. Footsteps in the snow. I lay perfectly still, listening. The steps were deliberate, heavy. They circled the cabin slowly, pausing occasionally. I tried to rationalize it. A bear, maybe, though they should be hibernating by now. A deer. Even a lost hiker, though that seemed unlikely at this hour in this weather. The footsteps stopped at the front door. I heard breathing. Deep, rasping inhalations that sounded almost human but not quite. The kind of breathing you'd hear from someone who'd run a great distance in freezing cold. Then it spoke. "Help me!" The voice was wrong. It had the words right, the inflection of desperation, but underneath it was something hollow, like sound echoing up from a deep well. "Please help me!" I remained silent, my hand reaching slowly for the radio on my nightstand. The doorknob rattled. Once. Twice. "I'm lost. Please!" Every instinct screamed at me to respond, to help. I'm a park ranger. Helping lost hikers is literally my job. But something ancient in my brain, some survival mechanism older than language, told me to stay quiet. The breathing continued for another minute. Then the footsteps resumed, moving away from the cabin, heading toward the lake. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. When dawn finally came, I stepped outside to look for tracks. The snow around the cabin was smooth and undisturbed. Whatever had been there had left no trace. 3 weeks passed. I fell into a routine: morning radio check, weather observations, equipment maintenance, splitting wood for the stove. The forest was beautiful in its winter dormancy, and I took daily hikes around the lake, documenting wildlife signs and checking the trail markers. I didn't hear the voice again, though I often felt watched. Sometimes I'd catch movement in my peripheral vision, a dark shape between the trees that vanished when I turned to look. I told myself it was deer, bears emerging from their dens, my eyes adjusting to the constant play of light and shadow in the dense forest. I documented everything in my log, keeping my entries clinical and factual. Large animal tracks near the lake, though I couldn't identify the species. Strange scratching sounds on the cabin walls at night, likely branches. The unsettling feeling of being observed during my afternoon hikes. I didn't mention the voice. That felt too much like Boyd Crawford's deterioration, and I wasn't ready to admit I might be following the same path. On December 8th, a Sunday, I picked up a distress call on the emergency frequency. "This is hiking party, static, 3 people, static, lost near Watauga, coordinates uncertain, 1 injured." I grabbed the radio. "This is Ranger Red Hawk at Watauga Station. I'm receiving you. What's your situation?" Thank God. The voice was male, young, stressed. "We've been hiking since yesterday. My friend twisted his ankle badly. We have a GPS but the batteries died. We can see a lake below us, figured there might be a ranger station. Can you describe your location?" "We're on a ridge overlooking water. Dense forest. There's a rock formation that looks like a split boulder about 100 yards to our west." I knew the spot. Northeast Ridge, about 2 miles from the station. Difficult terrain even in good weather. "Stay where you are. I'm coming to you. Do you have shelter?" "We have a tarp and sleeping bags. We'll be okay for a few hours." I grabbed my pack, loaded with first aid supplies, extra food, water, emergency blankets. The temperature was dropping and more snow was forecast for evening. If I didn't reach them soon, a twisted ankle would become the least of their problems. The hike took 90 minutes. The snow was nearly knee-deep in places, and I had to stop frequently to check my GPS and confirm my route. The forest was eerily quiet, no birds, no small animals rustling in the undergrowth. Just the crunch of my snowshoes and my own breathing. I found them huddled under their tarp, 3 college kids from Athens who'd thought a December backpacking trip would be an adventure. The injured one, a kid named Bruce, had his ankle wrapped in a torn t-shirt. His friends, Garrett and Amy, looked exhausted and frightened. "You have no idea how glad we are to see you," Amy said. She was shivering despite wearing 3 layers. I assessed Bruce's ankle. Badly sprained, possibly fractured. He wouldn't be walking out. "We need to move before dark," I said. "It's a 2-mile hike to my station. We'll warm up there, I'll treat that ankle properly, and tomorrow we'll arrange for extraction." Garrett helped Bruce to his feet. "Is it safe to hike at night out here?" "We won't be hiking at night. We'll reach the station before sunset if we move now. We started down the ridge. I took point, breaking trail through the deep snow. The going was slow. Bruce hopped along between his friends, wincing with each step. The sun was already sinking toward the horizon, turning the snow blue and gray. We were halfway to the station when I noticed the tracks. They paralleled our path about 30 yards into the trees, moving in the same direction. Large prints, deeper than a deer's would be, too far apart to be a bear. They appeared suddenly, as if whatever made them had dropped from the canopy. I didn't mention them to the others. No point in adding to their stress. But I started walking faster. The tracks stayed with us, always just visible through the trees. Sometimes they'd disappear for a stretch, then reappear closer. I could feel something pacing us, matching our speed. "Are there wolves up here?" Amy asked suddenly. "Not in Georgia," I said. "Why?" "I keep seeing something moving in the trees. Something big. Probably deer. They're curious sometimes." But I unslung my rifle from my shoulder and kept it ready. Just in case. We reached the cabin 20 minutes before full dark. I got the kids inside, started the heater, put water on to boil. Bruce's ankle was swollen to twice its normal size. I wrapped it properly, gave him ibuprofen, elevated it on a stack of blankets. "You saved our lives," Garrett said. "Another night out there. You did well to call when you did. And you had decent gear." I made them hot soup and coffee, got them warm and settled. They'd sleep in the main room by the heater. I'd take the bedroom. As night fell, I stepped outside to secure my equipment. The forest was completely dark, the moon hidden behind cloud cover. My flashlight beam cut through gently falling snow. The tracks circled the cabin. Dozens of them, overlapping, as if something had walked around and around the building. They led down to the lake, where they disappeared at the water's edge. I went back inside and locked the door. Around midnight I heard it again. The breathing. The slow, heavy footsteps. They circled the cabin just as they had weeks before. Then the voice. "Help me. I'm lost. Please." In the main room, I heard Garrett stir. "Did you hear that?" "Someone's outside." "Stay inside," I said firmly. "Don't open the door." "But they need help." I said stay inside. The voice came again, closer to the door. "Please. I'm freezing. Let me in," Bruce called out. "There's someone out there. We have to help them." I moved to the window, shining my flashlight into the darkness. The beam revealed nothing but snow and trees. "Hello?" Amy called. "We have a warm cabin. Come to the door." "No!" I snapped. "Nobody calls out. Nobody opens that door." They stared at me like I'd lost my mind. The doorknob rattled. The breathing grew louder, more desperate. But when I looked out the window again, there was nothing there. No figure at the door. No tracks in the fresh snow. "What the hell is going on?" Garrett demanded. I didn't have an answer that wouldn't sound insane. The voice continued through the night, always pleading, always desperate. The kids eventually fell into exhausted sleep, but I stayed awake, rifle across my lap, watching the door. When dawn came, I checked outside again. The snow around the cabin was pristine except for my own tracks from the previous evening. Whatever was out there left no trace in the physical world. I radioed Gerard at first light, requesting emergency extraction for the injured hiker. He arranged for a helicopter, but weather was moving in and they couldn't fly until the following day. 24-hour delay, I told the kids. Storms coming through. They were grateful just to be warm and safe. We spent the day playing cards, sharing stories, pretending nothing strange had happened during the night. But I caught them glancing at the windows, jumping at small sounds. Around noon, Amy pulled me aside while the others were occupied. "Last night," she said quietly. "That voice. What was it?" "I don't know. You've heard it before." It wasn't a question. I nodded. "There are stories," she said. "My grandmother grew up in these mountains. She used to tell us about the winter devils. Things that imitate human voices to lure people out into the cold. She said they're always hungry, especially in the deep winter when food is scarce. Your grandmother was trying to scare you into staying close to home. Maybe. But she also said the old people knew how to deal with them. You don't respond. You don't invite them in. And you never, ever follow them into the forest. Smart advice for anyone in winter backcountry. Amy looked at me seriously. It's not just folklore, is it? You know something's wrong out here. Before I could respond, Bruce called out, "Hey, there's someone at the lake." We rushed to the window. A figure stood at the water's edge, barely visible through the snow. Human-shaped, but wrong somehow. Too tall. Too thin. Standing perfectly motionless. "Should we help them?" Garrett asked. "No," I said. We watched for 10 minutes. The figure never moved. The snow fell around it, but none seemed to land on it. Then, between one blink and the next, it was gone. "Okay," Garrett said. "What the actual hell was that?" I made a decision. These kids deserve to know what they might be dealing with. I'll tell you what I know, which isn't much. Something's been around this station since I arrived. It mimics human voices. It appears as a human figure. But it doesn't leave tracks, and I don't think it's human. "Jesus," Bruce whispered. "What do we do?" "We stay inside until the helicopter arrives. We don't respond to any voices. We don't go outside unless absolutely necessary. And we stick together." The storm hit that afternoon. Wind howled through the trees, driving snow against the windows. Visibility dropped to near zero. I knew the helicopter wouldn't be flying tomorrow either. We were stuck. That night was worse. Multiple voices called from the darkness, some pleading, others angry. I heard my ex-husband's voice, begging me to forgive him. I heard my mother, dead 3 years, calling my name. The kids heard their own ghosts. "Don't listen," I kept saying. "They're not real." But Amy was crying. "That's my sister. She's lost. I have to help her. Your sister is in Athens." "That's not her." "But it sounds exactly like her." The voices continued until dawn. Pleading, threatening, cajoling. Always trying to get us to open the door, to come outside, to step into the dark forest where they waited. When morning finally came, the storm had passed but left 3 feet of fresh snow. I radioed Gerard. "The helicopter can't land in this," he said. "Might be another 2 days before we can extract them." I looked at my dwindling supplies. The frightened faces of the college kids. The forest pressing in on all sides. "Copy that," I said. "We'll manage." After I signed off, I pulled out Boyd Crawford's logs again, reading past the point where I'd stopped before. His final entries were nearly illegible, written in a shaking hand. "They're learning. Each night they sound more human. More convincing. Saw 5 of them standing in a circle around the cabin. When I turned on the lights, they scattered into the trees faster than anything natural could move. I can't stay here. It wants us to starve. It wants us weak and desperate enough to finally open the door." The final entry. "If you're reading this, leave. Leave now. Don't stay for winter. The forest isn't empty like they tell you. It's full. So full. And they're always hungry." I closed the log and looked out at the lake. 5 figures stood on the ice, evenly spaced, perfectly still. As I watched, they all turned their heads to look at the cabin in perfect synchronization. Then they smiled. 2 more days passed. The helicopter couldn't fly due to continuing poor weather. Our food supplies dwindled. Bruce's ankle was healing, but he still couldn't walk. The voices came every night, growing more sophisticated, more personal. On the 4th night of their stay, things escalated. I woke to find Garrett standing at the front door, his hand on the lock. "Garrett, no!" He turned to look at me. His eyes were glassy, distant. "My dad's out there. He had a heart attack. He needs help. That's not your father. I can hear him. He's in pain." I crossed the room quickly, pulled Garrett away from the door. Outside, a voice screamed in agony, begging for help. It sounded exactly like an older man in distress. "Please," the voice sobbed. "Garrett, please, I'm dying out here." Garrett struggled against my grip. "Let me go! I have to help him." Amy and Bruce were awake now, staring at us in horror. "Your father is in Athens," I said firmly. "Call him. Right now. Use your phone. There's no signal. Try anyway. Prove to yourself he's okay." With shaking hands, Garrett pulled out his phone. Miraculously, he had 1 bar of signal. He dialed. After 6 rings, a sleepy voice answered. "Garrett? It's 3 in the morning, what's wrong?" Garrett's legs gave out. I eased him to the floor as he sobbed into the phone. "Dad? You're okay?" "Of course I'm okay." "Son, are you alright?" Outside, the voice continued screaming for another minute, then abruptly cut off. After Garrett hung up, we sat in silence. The heater hummed. Wind rattled the windows. "They're getting stronger," Amy said. "More convincing." I nodded. "We need to last 2 more days. The weather's supposed to clear. Then we get out." "What are they?" Bruce asked. "Really?" I thought about my grandmother's stories, the ones she'd told me as a child. Cherokee legends about the hungry winter spirits, the things that wore human skin like a coat and stalked the forests when food was scarce. In the old language, they're called Watsiwaya, the howling spirits. My grandmother said they were people once, hunters who broke the sacred law against cannibalism. The act twisted them, made them into something else. They can't die, but they can't truly live either. They exist between worlds, always starving, always hunting. "That's just a legend," Garrett said, but his voice lacked conviction. "Maybe. Or maybe legends exist because people tried to explain things they saw but couldn't understand." That night, I stayed awake with my rifle while the others slept fitfully. The voices came in waves now, dozens of them, creating a cacophony of pleading and threats. Around 2 a.m., I heard scratching on the roof. Something heavy was up there, moving from one end of the cabin to the other. I could hear it breathing through the metal chimney pipe. Then it spoke, its voice distorted by the echo. "Aida, I know you're listening. We're patient. We can wait. Eventually, you'll have to come outside. Eventually, one of you will open that door." "Not likely," I muttered. "So certain? But humans are weak. Hunger makes you desperate. Fear makes you stupid. We've played this game for centuries. We always win." I didn't respond. Engaging with it seemed like a bad idea. Boyd understood eventually. He fought for so long, but in the end, he opened the door. Not for himself. For the hiker he thought needed saving. Such a noble death. My blood ran cold. "What?" "Oh yes. The hiker lost in the snow. Crying for help. Boyd couldn't resist. He came outside with his medical kit. So eager to help. We were waiting." "You're lying." "Am I?" "Ask Gerard what they really found in the spring. Ask him about the bones scattered around the lake. About the medical kit torn to pieces. About the drag marks leading into the forest." I grabbed the radio, switched to Gerard's channel. It was the middle of the night, but this couldn't wait. "Gerard, this is Red Hawk. Emergency question. Boyd Crawford. What happened to him?" Static. Then Gerard's voice, heavy with sleep and something else. Reluctance. "Aida, this isn't a good time. What happened to Boyd?" A long pause. "We don't know exactly. He called for extraction in late January. Said he was bringing out an injured hiker. When the helicopter arrived, they found evidence of a struggle. Blood in the snow. The medical kit destroyed. They followed the trail into the forest for half a mile before they found parts of him. Not all. Just parts. And the hiker? There was no hiker. Just Boyd." I sat down heavily. On the roof, something laughed. The next morning, I made a difficult decision. I gathered the kids together. We can't wait for the helicopter. We're going to hike out. In 3 feet of snow? Bruce protested. With my ankle? We'll make a sled. It's 8 miles to the main Forest Service road. If we start at dawn, we can make it before dark. Those things are out there, Amy said. They're here too. And I don't think staying is an option anymore. We spent the day preparing. I fashioned a sled from the cabin's storm shutters and rope. We packed emergency supplies, food, water purification tablets, fire-starting equipment. I distributed the gear evenly. That night, the voices were frantic. They knew we were planning to leave. You'll die in the forest, they warned. We'll follow you. Hunt you. One by one. I loaded my rifle and checked my ammunition. 14 rounds. I hoped it would be enough. As dawn approached, the voices fell silent. But I could feel them out there, watching, waiting. We were about to step into their territory. We left at first light. I took point, pulling the sled with Bruce strapped onto it. Garrett and Amy followed close behind, carrying our packs. The forest was eerily silent, no wind, no birds, just the crunch of our snowshoes on the frozen ground. For the first hour, nothing happened. We made good time despite the deep snow. I followed the service road, easy to track even under 3 feet of powder. Then I noticed the tracks keeping pace with us in the trees. Dozens of them, on both sides, ahead and behind. They were being herded. Don't stop moving, I said quietly. Stay close together. They're out there, aren't they? Amy whispered. Yes. The figures began appearing between the trees. 5, 10, 15 of them. Too tall, too thin, their movements jerky and wrong. They didn't try to hide anymore. They walked parallel to our path, watching us with faces that were almost human but not quite. Oh God, Garrett breathed. What do we do? Keep walking. Don't run. Don't show fear. But fear was all I felt. My hands shook on the sled rope. We were 4 miles from the main road, 4 miles from potential rescue. An eternity at our current pace. One of the figures stepped onto the path ahead of us. It wore Bruce's face, his clothes. It smiled with too many teeth. Hello, friends, it said in Bruce's voice. Why don't you rest? You look tired. The real Bruce made a strangled sound behind me. Ignore it, I said. Walk around it. We did. The creature didn't move as we passed within feet of it. It just kept smiling that awful smile. More figures emerged from the forest. They formed a loose circle around us, walking when we walked, stopping when we stopped. Always keeping the same distance. They're playing with us, Amy said. Then we don't play back. We keep moving. Mile 5. The figures were closer now. I could see details I wished I couldn't. Their skin was gray, stretched too tight over elongated bones. Their fingers were too long, ending in black nails. Their eyes reflected light like an animal's. One reached out as we passed, fingers brushing Amy's jacket. She screamed. Don't touch them! I shouted. Everyone stay in the middle of the path. Mile 6. I was exhausted, my muscles burning from pulling the sled. Garrett and Amy were flagging, struggling through the deep snow. Bruce was silent, staring at the creatures surrounding us. Then the circle tightened. The figures moved closer, step by step. Within 10 feet. 5 feet. Their rasping breathing filled the air. They began to speak in unison, a chorus of voices. Hungry! So hungry! Share your warmth. Share your flesh. I unslung my rifle. Back away, I commanded. Now. They laughed. The sound was like branches scraping together, like ice cracking. The nearest one lunged. I fired. The creature's head snapped back, a dark hole appearing in its forehead. It staggered but didn't fall. Instead, it tilted its head curiously, as if confused. The wound didn't bleed. Run! I screamed. Run! Garrett and Amy took off. I cut the sled's harness, hauled Bruce to his feet, half dragged him forward. Behind us, the creatures shrieked, a sound that made my teeth ache. They poured onto the path, dozens of them, scrambling over each other in their eagerness to reach us. I fired again. Again. The bullets seemed to slow them but not stop them. We ran blindly through the snow, Bruce hopping on one foot between me and Garrett, Amy ahead of us screaming for help. Then I heard it. The most beautiful sound in the world. An engine. A pickup truck appeared around the bend, Gerard at the wheel. He took in the situation in an instant, threw the truck into park, grabbed a flare gun from his cab. "Get in!" he roared. We scrambled into the truck bed. Gerard fired the flare gun over our heads. The bright magnesium light illuminated the forest, and the creatures recoiled, shrieking, retreating into the shadows. Gerard gunned the engine, and we fishtailed down the mountain, leaving the horror behind. We didn't speak during the ride down. There was nothing to say. Gerard had seen enough to know we weren't lying or crazy. The Park Service closed the Watauga station permanently the next week, citing safety concerns and wildlife activity. The official report said Boyd Crawford had died in a hiking accident. The college kids signed NDAs in exchange for medical coverage and trauma counseling. I was reassigned to a fire lookout in Montana, far from any forest deep enough to hide what hunted in the Appalachian dark. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear them. The voices calling my name. The rasp of breath outside my window. The promise that they're patient, that they can wait, that one day I might let my guard down. I sleep with my rifle beside the bed and sage burning in every room. Because I know the truth now. The forests aren't empty. They're full. So full. And they're always hungry. I never went back to the station. The Park Service sold the land to a private conservation group, who demolished the cabin and let the forest reclaim it. Last I heard, hikers still report strange things around Lake Watauga. Voices in the dark. Figures between the trees. The feeling of being watched by something that wears a human face but hasn't been human for a very long time. If you're reading this and planning to hike the Appalachian backcountry in winter, remember this: some warnings aren't superstition. Some legends are lessons written in blood. If you hear someone calling for help in the dark, don't answer. If you see figures at the edge of your campfire light, don't invite them closer. And if something wearing a familiar face tells you it's lost and cold and needs shelter, for the love of God, don't open the door. They're patient. They've been hunting these mountains since before we had words for what they are. And they're always hungry. My name is Matthew, and I've been a ranger at the Superior National Forest in northern Minnesota for 11 years. I'm writing this account because I need people to understand what's really out there in the wilderness, beyond the campfire stories and the folklore. What I'm about to tell you happened over the course of 3 months in the fall of 2023, and it changed everything I thought I knew about the world. It started on a Tuesday in late September. The aspen trees were turning gold, and the air had that crisp bite that comes right before the serious cold sets in. I was stationed at the Isabella Lake Ranger Station, about 40 miles from the Canadian border. The tourists had mostly cleared out after Labor Day, leaving just the serious hikers and a handful of hunters preparing for the October season. I was doing a routine patrol along the northern boundary trail when I heard it, a sound that made every hair on my body stand straight up. It wasn't a wolf howl, though I'd heard thousands of those over the years. This was deeper, more guttural, and it had a quality that seemed almost intentional, like someone was trying to communicate. The howl rose and fell in a pattern that felt disturbingly deliberate, echoing through the pine forest in a way that made it impossible to pinpoint the source. I stopped walking and listened. The forest had gone completely silent. No birds, no squirrels chattering, no wind rustling through the branches. Just that oppressive quiet that makes your ears ring. Then I heard something else, branches snapping, but not the random cracks of a deer or moose moving through the underbrush. These were heavy, measured sounds, like something large was walking on 2 legs. I'd carried a sidearm for years, mostly for protection against aggressive moose during rutting season, but I found my hand moving to it instinctively. The footsteps were getting closer, moving parallel to the trail about 50 yards into the tree line. I couldn't see anything through the dense growth of jack pines and spruce, but whatever was out there was keeping pace with me. "This is Ranger Matthew with the U.S. Forest Service," I called out, keeping my voice steady. "Identify yourself." The footsteps stopped. For maybe 30 seconds, there was nothing. Then came a sound I'll never forget, a low, rumbling growl that transitioned into something that sounded like a dog trying to form human words. It was impossible, but that's what it sounded like. The vocalization ended with 3 distinct barks, sharp and aggressive. I backed up slowly, keeping my eyes on the tree line. That's when I saw it move. Through a gap in the pines, I caught a glimpse of something standing upright, maybe 7 feet tall, covered in dark brown fur. What struck me most was the shape of the head, canine, like a German shepherd, but the proportions were all wrong. The muzzle was too short, the skull too broad, and it was attached to a body that stood on 2 legs with shoulders that seemed too wide to be natural. It took 1 step forward into a shaft of sunlight, and I saw its eyes. They were amber-colored, but they had a focus and intelligence that made my blood run cold. This wasn't an animal staring at me. This was something that was evaluating me, making decisions. I don't remember making the choice to run. My body just reacted. I turned and sprinted back down the trail toward my truck, which was parked about a mile away at the trailhead. Behind me, I could hear it giving chase, and the sound of its footfalls told me it was moving fast, faster than anything that size should be able to move through that terrain. My boots pounded against the packed dirt trail, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I could hear it gaining on me, close enough that I could smell something rank and feral, like wet dog mixed with decay. Then, just as suddenly as the chase began, the sound stopped. I kept running for another 100 yards before I risked a glance over my shoulder. The trail behind me was empty. I made it back to my truck, fumbling with the keys before getting the door open and locking myself inside. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. As I started the engine, I looked up at the tree line one more time. It was standing there, just at the edge of the forest, watching me. In the daylight, I could see it clearly now, the digitigrade legs, like a dog's hind legs, the arms that were too long and ended in what looked like hands with claws, the dark fur that covered everything except the palms of its hands and the front of its muzzle. We made eye contact for just a moment, and then it turned and disappeared back into the forest, moving on all 4s with a loping gait that covered ground impossibly fast. I drove straight back to the ranger station and filed a report about an unusual wildlife encounter. My supervisor, a ranger named Ezra who'd been with the service for 25 years, read it and then looked at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. "You saw one," he said quietly, closing the door to his office. "One what?" "We don't have an official name for them," Ezra said, sitting down heavily in his chair. "But the old-timers around here, the Ojibwe especially, they call them something that translates to dog walker or dog man. They've been reported in these woods for as long as anyone can remember. Usually around the equinoxes, spring and fall." I stared at him. "You're telling me you know about these things?" "Not officially," Ezra said. "Officially, what you saw was probably a bear standing on its hind legs, maybe with some leaves and shadows playing tricks on your perception. That's what the report will say. But between you and me, Matthew, there are things in these woods that don't fit into any wildlife management textbook. You're not the first ranger to see one, and you won't be the last." He pulled out a folder from his desk drawer, one that looked old and had been handled many times. Inside were reports dating back decades, ranger accounts, hunter testimonies, even some photographs that were too blurry to be conclusive but showed dark, upright figures at the edges of clearings. "There was a logging crew in 1993, Ezra said, pulling out one report. "They were working about 15 miles north of here when they started hearing howls at night. Not wolves, they knew what wolves sounded like. These were different. Then equipment started getting torn up. Not damaged like a bear would do it, looking for food. Destroyed. Like something was angry. One night, the foreman saw it standing at the edge of the light from their camp, just watching them. He described it exactly the way you just did. 7 feet tall, wolf-like head, standing on 2 legs. What happened? I asked. They packed up and left the next day. The logging company tried to send in a new crew, but word had gotten around. Nobody would work that site. It's been abandoned ever since. Over the next week, I tried to process what I'd seen. I told myself it was a bear, that my mind had filled in details that weren't really there, that the stress and adrenaline had distorted my perception. But I couldn't shake the memory of those amber eyes, the intelligence behind them, the way it had chased me with what felt like deliberate intent. Other rangers started sharing their own stories once word got around that I'd had an encounter. Gabriel, who worked the western sector, told me about finding tracks that looked like a large canine print, except they showed what appeared to be an opposable thumb. Isaac described hearing vocalizations during a night patrol that sounded like a conversation between 2 of the creatures, complete with inflection and what seemed like response patterns. The reports kept coming in from hikers too. A couple camping near Brule Lake called in to report their food had been stolen from their bear bag, which had been hung 15 feet up a tree. When they found it the next morning, it was on the ground, torn open with claw marks that were too large to be from a bear. The man said he'd heard something circling their tent all night, walking on 2 legs, occasionally stopping to sniff at the fabric. I started carrying a camera on my patrols, along with my sidearm. I documented everything: unusual tracks, damaged equipment at backcountry sites, trees that had been marked with claw scratches higher than any bear could reach. The scratch marks were distinctive, for parallel lines gouged deep into the bark, sometimes 8 or 9 feet off the ground. On my day off, I drove to the Red Cliff Reservation and talked to an elder named Thomas who Ezra had suggested might be willing to speak with me. Thomas lived in a small house overlooking Lake Superior, and when I explained what I'd seen, he nodded slowly. My grandfather told me about them, Thomas said. He called them Maingambemadizzit in Ojibwe, Wolf Walker. They're older than the settlements, older than the reservations. They're part of this land, just like the wolves and the bears. But they're different. They have something in them that's between animal and human, and that makes them unpredictable. Are they dangerous? I asked. Thomas was quiet for a long time. They can be, he finally said. Mostly, they avoid people. But sometimes, especially during the fall and spring when the veil is thin, they get curious. Or territorial. My grandfather said that if you see one, you should leave gifts, tobacco, food, something to show respect. And you should never, ever try to follow one or hunt one. That's when people disappear. People have disappeared? Over the years, Thomas said. Hunters who go into the deep woods alone and never come back. Hikers who wander off the trail. Sometimes we find their camps, their gear, but no bodies. The wolves don't take bodies whole like that. Neither do bears. But the wolf walkers, they're strong enough. And smart enough. I left Thomas's house with more questions than answers, but one thing was clear. I wasn't dealing with something science could explain. Whatever I'd encountered in those woods existed in a space between the known and the unknown, and northern Minnesota was its territory. The next time I went out on patrol, I brought tobacco with me, just like Thomas had suggested. I left it at the spot where I'd first heard the howl, placing it carefully at the base of a large white pine. I don't know if it made a difference, but I felt like I had to try something to show I understood I was a guest in their forest, not its master. As I walked back to my truck that evening, the sun setting through the trees in shades of orange and red, I heard it again, that distinctive howl, but farther away this time, deeper in the forest. It rose and fell, and this time I thought I could hear something almost like acknowledgement in its tone. I never saw the creature again that fall, but I knew it was out there. I could feel it sometimes when I was on patrol, that sense of being watched by something intelligent and ancient. The forest felt different to me now, charged with a mystery that would never be fully explained or understood. That was just the beginning. What I didn't know then was that the dogman was only the first of 3 encounters that would happen over the next 10 weeks, each one stranger and more terrifying than the last. October came to Superior National Forest like a slow exhale, the air growing colder each day, the deciduous trees dropping their leaves in carpets of gold and red across the forest floor. I'd settled into an uneasy routine after my encounter with the dogman, always alert, always watching the tree line, but the forest had returned to its normal rhythms. Or so I thought. On the first Tuesday of October, I got a call from dispatch around 6 in the morning. A group of bow hunters had called in from a backcountry site near the Caribou Creek area, about 30 miles northwest of my station. They were requesting an emergency evacuation, claiming something had torn apart their camp during the night. I loaded my gear into the truck and made the drive out to the trailhead, then hiked the 3 miles to their campsite. The sun was just coming up, filtering through the pine canopy in dusty shafts of pale light. I could smell smoke before I saw the camp, and when I came around the bend in the trail, I understood why they'd called for help. The campsite looked like a tornado had hit it. 2 tents were completely collapsed, the fabric shredded in long tiers. A cooler had been ripped open, its contents scattered across a 30-foot radius. But what caught my attention was the tree damage. Several jack pines around the perimeter of the camp had been broken off about 8 feet up, the trunks snapped clean through, the broken ends showing fresh, white wood. These were trees maybe 6 inches in diameter, not huge, but not something you could break by accident. 3 hunters were huddled near the remnants of their fire, 2 men and a woman, all in their 30s. They looked exhausted and terrified. The man who seemed to be the leader stood up when he saw me coming. He introduced himself as Gabriel, and the other 2 as Landon and Caden. "Thank God you're here," Gabriel said. "We need to get out of these woods right now." "Tell me what happened," I said, pulling out my incident report notebook. Gabriel exchanged glances with the other 2 before speaking. "We set up camp yesterday afternoon, got here around 4. Everything was normal. We cooked dinner, hung our food bags, did everything by the book. Around midnight, Landon woke up and said he heard something moving around the camp. Heavy footsteps, like something big walking around the perimeter. Could have been a moose," I suggested. "They're active at night this time of year." "That's what I thought," Landon said. "But then it grabbed one of those trees." He pointed to one of the broken pines. "We heard this creaking sound, then a crack like a gunshot. The whole tree just snapped. Then another one. It was breaking the trees on purpose, all around our camp. Like it was warning us, or trying to scare us. We stayed in our tents," Caden added. "We didn't know what else to do. We could hear it moving around out there, and the footsteps were so heavy the ground was shaking. Not a lot, but enough that we could feel it. Then it started with the vocalizations," Gabriel continued. "These deep, whooping sounds. Like someone beating on their chest and yelling at the same time, but the pitch was wrong for human vocal cords. Too deep, too resonant. I'd read enough reports to know what they were describing." "Did you see it?" All 3 of them nodded. "When it started getting light, around 5:30, it came into the camp," Gabriel said quietly. "We were all awake by then, too scared to sleep. It just walked right in, like it owned the place. 8 feet tall easy. Maybe more. Covered in dark brown hair, except for the face, hands, and feet. Those were dark skin, almost black. The face looked human, but wrong. The brow was too heavy, the jaw too big, the nose too flat. And the eyes, they were dark, but you could see the intelligence in them. It knew we were watching from the tents." "What did it do?" I asked, my hand unconsciously moving to the radio on my belt. "It went through our camp," Landon said. "Picked up the cooler and tore it open like it was made of cardboard. Ate some of our food, threw the rest around. Then it grabbed one of our packs and went through it, pulling out clothes and gear. It seemed curious about our equipment, picking things up and examining them. It found my trail camera and just crushed it in one hand, dropped the pieces on the ground." "How long was it here?" "Maybe 10 minutes, Caden said. Then it looked directly at our tents, at us, and made this sound. Like a growl mixed with a grunt. And it left. Just walked off into the forest heading north, moving through the trees like they weren't even there." I spent the next hour documenting the site. The damage was extensive and consistent with their story. The broken trees showed enormous force had been applied. I couldn't break a tree that size without tools or machinery. The cooler was torn apart, the thick plastic broken into jagged pieces. Most telling were the footprints. In a patch of soft ground near what had been their fire pit, I found several clear tracks. They were huge, easily 18 inches long and 7 inches wide at the ball of the foot. The shape was human-like but broader, with 5 distinct toes that showed no sign of footwear. The depth of the impressions suggested something incredibly heavy. I estimated at least 600 pounds, probably more. The stride length between prints was over 6 feet, much longer than a human could manage. I took photographs, made measurements, and collected a casting of the best print using plaster from my pack. I'd done this before with bear tracks for education programs, but this was different. These prints told a story of something that shouldn't exist, yet clearly did. "I'm going to escort you folks back to the trailhead," I told them after I finished my documentation. "We'll get you to your vehicles and you can head out. I'll need your contact information for the incident report." We packed up what was salvageable from their camp and started the hike back. Nobody spoke much. The forest felt different now, oppressive and watchful. Every snapping branch made us jump, every bird call seemed too loud. When we reached the trailhead and they were safely in their truck, Gabriel pulled me aside. "What was that thing?" he asked quietly. "Officially, I'll report this as a bear incident with unusual circumstances," I told him. "But off the record, there have been reports of something matching your description in these woods for decades. Some people call it Bigfoot or Sasquatch. The Native Americans who've lived here for thousands of years have their own names for it. Whatever it is, it's real, and it lives in the deep forest." "Are you going after it?" Landon asked. "No," I said firmly. "And neither should anyone else. You're alive because it chose to let you live. It could have done much worse. The best thing you can do is tell people this area isn't safe for camping, and leave it at that." They drove away, and I stood in the parking area for a while, looking back at the trail disappearing into the forest. I needed to go back and do a more thorough investigation of the site, but I wasn't going to do it alone. I called Ezra and explained what I'd found. He was quiet for a long time after I finished. "Those things are active again," he finally said. "We get waves of reports every few years. Usually they stick to the deep wilderness, away from established trails. If one is coming into camps, that's concerning. I need to go back out there and do a proper site investigation," I said. "Can you spare anyone to come with me?" "I'll come myself," Ezra said. "Meet me at the Isabella station in an hour. And Matthew, bring your sidearm. I don't think we'll need it, but better safe than sorry." Ezra and I made the hike back to the campsite that afternoon, both of us armed and alert. The site was exactly as I'd left it, the broken trees standing like sentinels around the destroyed camp. We spent 2 hours documenting everything, taking more photographs, collecting hair samples from where the creature had apparently sat while going through the hunter's gear. The hair was coarse and dark brown, much thicker than human hair but not like any animal hair I'd seen before. Each strand was maybe 4 inches long and slightly curved. We bagged several samples to send to the regional wildlife forensics lab, though I doubted they'd tell us anything useful. As we worked, Ezra told me about his own encounter, which had happened 15 years earlier. He'd been doing a survey of old-growth timber in a remote section of the forest when he'd found a structure made of branches, a teepee-like formation about 8 feet tall, constructed from broken saplings and woven together with smaller branches. Near it were several large rocks that had been arranged in a circle, and what appeared to be a bedding area made of moss and leaves. "I knew immediately I should leave," Ezra said. "But I took some pictures first. As I was leaving, I heard something moving parallel to me through the forest. Whatever it was big and it was keeping pace with me. I never saw it directly, just glimpses through the trees. But I knew it was watching me, making sure I left its territory." "Do you think it's dangerous?" I asked. "I think it's powerful and territorial," Ezra replied. "In most cases, it seems content to avoid humans. But if it feels threatened, or if someone stumbles into an area it considers its own, I don't know what it would do. The Native Americans say they're generally peaceful unless provoked. But they also tell stories of hunters who got too curious and were never seen again. We finished our documentation and started the hike back. The sun was getting low, casting long shadows through the trees. About halfway back to the trailhead, Ezra suddenly stopped and held up his hand. "Do you smell that?" he asked quietly. I sniffed the air. There was a strong, musky odor, like a wet dog mixed with something organic and earthy. It was the same smell I'd noticed when the dogmen had chased me, but stronger and more pungent. "It's here," I whispered. We stood completely still, listening. For a long moment, there was nothing. Then we heard it, a deep, resonant whooping sound, the same vocalization the hunters had described. It came from somewhere off to our left, maybe 100 yards into the forest. Then came an answer, from our right. Another whooping call, slightly higher pitched. There were at least 2 of them, and we were between them. "We need to keep moving," Ezra said quietly. "Don't run. Walk normally. Don't look at them directly if you see them. We need to show we're not a threat." We continued down the trail, maintaining a steady pace. I could hear them moving through the forest on either side of us, large shapes crashing through the underbrush. They were keeping pace with us, staying just out of clear sight. Then one of them stepped out onto the trail about 50 yards ahead of us. It stood there, blocking our path, and I got my first clear look at what the hunters had seen. It was massive, at least 8 feet tall with shoulders that seemed impossibly broad. The body was covered in dark brown hair that looked thick and shaggy. The face was partially visible through the hair, and it was disturbingly human-like. Eyes that were dark and intelligent, a broad nose, a wide mouth. The arms hung down past the knees, ending in hands that looked human but were much larger. It stood there watching us for what felt like an eternity but was probably only 30 seconds. Then it raised one massive arm and smacked a nearby tree with its open palm. The sound echoed through the forest like a gunshot. It was a display of power, a warning. Then it turned and walked off the trail, disappearing into the forest with surprising grace for something so large. We waited a few minutes before continuing, and this time nothing followed us. When we reached the trailhead, both of us were shaking, but not from cold. "That's the closest I've ever been to one," Ezra said as we loaded our gear into the truck. "They wanted us to know they were there. They wanted us to know this is their territory." "Should we close that area to camping?" I asked. Ezra shook his head. "On what grounds? We can't tell people there's an 8-foot ape man living in the forest. We'd be laughed out of the service. Best we can do is spread word among the local hunting community that the area has been experiencing unusual wildlife activity and recommend they camp elsewhere." Over the next week, I found myself thinking constantly about what I'd seen. The dogman had been terrifying in its aggression, but the creature in the forest, the one people called Bigfoot, was frightening in a different way. It was powerful enough to snap trees like twigs, but it had chosen not to harm the hunters. It could have killed all of them easily, but instead it had just gone through their camp and left. What did that mean? I returned to visit Thomas on the reservation, and he listened quietly as I described my encounter. When I finished, he nodded slowly. "The Ojibwe call them Mizabe, the Great Being," he said. "They're said to be the guardians of the deep forest, watchers who keep the balance. They're not spirits, not exactly. They're flesh and blood, but they're part of something older than we understand. My people have lived alongside them for thousands of years. Are they dangerous?" I asked again, the same question I'd asked about the dogman. "Everything wild is dangerous if you don't respect it," Thomas replied. "The Mizabe are powerful, yes. But they're not cruel. They don't kill for sport like some animals do. If you respect their space, if you show humility, they'll leave you alone. But if you hunt them, if you invade their territory with arrogance, they will defend themselves." "Have people tried to hunt them?" Thomas's expression darkened. "Yes. And those people don't come back. There was a man from Duluth about 20 years ago, a hunter who said he was going to prove they existed. He went into the woods with cameras and guns, determined to track one down. 3 weeks later, they found his truck at a trailhead. They never found him. Search teams went out for weeks, but it was like he'd vanished. The only thing they found was his rifle, broken in half and left on a rock beside a stream. I left Thomas's house with a deep sense of unease. I'd seen 2 creatures now that shouldn't exist, and they both lived in the forest I was supposed to protect and manage. But how do you manage something you're not supposed to admit exists? How do you protect visitors from threats you can't officially acknowledge? The plaster cast I'd made of the footprints sat on my desk back at the ranger station, a physical reminder that some things in this world resist easy explanation. I'd sent the hair samples to the lab, and the results had come back as unknown primate, not matching any recorded species. The report had been quietly filed away with dozens of others just like it, evidence of something remarkable that would never be officially recognized. As October wore on, the temperatures dropped and the first snow flurries began to fall. The Bigfoot encounters stopped, as if the creatures had retreated deeper into the forest for the coming winter. I told myself the strange events were over, that I could return to normal ranger duties. I was wrong. The worst was yet to come. The first week of November brought an early winter storm to Superior National Forest, dumping 8 inches of heavy, wet snow that bent the pine branches low and muffled all sound. The temperature dropped to 20 degrees at night, and most of the backcountry trails became impassable. It should have been a quiet time, with few visitors and little activity in the remote areas of the forest. That's why the call I received on November 7th was so unusual. A trapper named Cole, who had a legal permit to run a line in the far northern section of the forest near the Canadian border, had called in to report something disturbing. He said he'd found evidence of something wrong at his furthest trap site and needed a ranger to come out and document it. Cole was an old-timer, a man in his 60s who'd been running trap lines in these woods for 40 years. He wasn't the type to spook easily or call for help without good reason. When I reached him by radio, his voice had an edge I'd never heard before. "Matthew, you need to see this," he said. "I don't know what I'm dealing with, but it ain't natural. Bring whatever gear you have for evidence collection. And Matthew, maybe bring a camera too. Pictures won't do it justice, but people need to see this." I loaded up my truck with field equipment and made the 3-hour drive to the remote access road where Cole had said he'd meet me. The roads were treacherous with ice and snow, and twice I had to engage the 4-wheel drive to get through drifts. When I finally reached the meeting point, Cole was waiting beside his pickup, his face drawn and pale despite the cold. "It's a 2-mile hike in," he said by way of greeting. "Trail's gonna be tough with the snow, but we need to move. I don't want to be out here after dark." We started hiking, following Cole's established trail through the forest. The snow deadened all sound, creating an eerie silence that was broken only by our footsteps and labored breathing. Cole didn't speak, just pushed forward with a determination that seemed driven by fear. After about 90 minutes, we reached a small clearing where Cole had set up several traps near a creek that hadn't yet frozen over. The first thing I noticed was the smell, a putrid, rotting odor that cut through the cold air like a knife. It was the smell of death and decay. But there was something else mixed in, something acidic and wrong. "Over here," Cole said, pointing to a spot near the creek bank. What I saw made my stomach turn. The remains of a deer lay scattered across the snow in a pattern that made no sense. The carcass had been torn apart with tremendous force. Ribs were snapped and scattered, the skull was crushed, and the bones showed deep gouges that looked like they'd been made by massive teeth. But what disturbed me most was how little meat remained. Whatever had done this had consumed almost everything, including parts that predators typically leave behind. "Found it 3 days ago," Cole said. "But that's not the worst of it." He led me to 3 more sites within 100 yards, each one showing similar carnage. A wolf that had apparently been caught in one of his traps had been torn apart and partially consumed. 2 snowshoe hares that had been in other traps were gone completely, the traps themselves twisted and broken. And at the furthest site, he showed me something that made my blood run cold. One of his traps had caught something, but not an animal. The trap's jaws were bent and broken, and caught in them was a piece of what looked like flesh, pale, with coarse black hair attached. There was also a smell at this sight that was different from the others, a smell like infected wounds and frostbite. "I've trapped for 40 years," Cole said quietly. "I've seen bears, wolves, wolverines, and everything else in these woods. I've never seen anything like this. Whatever stepped in that trap was strong enough to break steel, and it left part of itself behind when it tore free." I collected samples of the tissue and hair, documenting everything with photographs and detailed notes. The hair was unlike anything I'd seen, coarse and black, each strand maybe 6 inches long and hollow like a moose hair. The tissue sample was degraded, but it appeared to be skin with a gray, almost diseased appearance. As I worked, I became aware of a feeling I'd experienced before during my other encounters, the sense of being watched. The forest around us was too quiet, and despite the cold, I could smell that putrid odor getting stronger. "We should go," I said, packing up my samples. "Already planning on it," Cole replied. "But there's one more thing you need to see. The reason I really called you out here." He led me about 50 yards from the creek to a massive white pine that had to be at least 300 years old. Carved into the bark, about 7 feet up the trunk, was a symbol that made no sense. It looked almost like crude pictographs, stick figures arranged in a circle around a larger central figure. The carvings were deep and recent, the exposed wood still light-colored. "Found this 2 days ago," Cole said. "And there's more." He pointed to other trees in the area. 4 of them had similar carvings, all at similar heights. But what caught my attention was the tree directly across from the largest carved pine. The bark had been stripped off in long, vertical tiers, and there were deep gouges in the wood that showed massive force. Some of the gouges were so deep I could fit my fingers into them. "Claw marks," I said. "Too big for a bear," Cole replied. "And look at the spacing. 4 parallel gouges, each one about 8 inches long. No bear has claws like that." I photographed everything, but I was starting to feel a growing sense of urgency. The light was fading, and the temperature was dropping fast. More concerning, that putrid smell was getting stronger, and I could hear something moving through the forest, circling our position. "We're leaving," I said. "Now." Cole didn't argue. We started back toward the trail, moving as quickly as the snow and terrain would allow. Behind us, I could hear branches snapping, heavy, deliberate sounds that were getting closer. Then I heard the vocalization. It started as a low moan that rose in pitch to become a shriek that seemed to vibrate in my chest. The sound was filled with such hunger and malevolence that it bypassed rational thought and went straight to primal fear. This wasn't the howl of the dogman or the whooping of the Bigfoot. This was something worse, something that communicated not just power but intent to harm. "Run!" Cole shouted, and we both took off through the snow. Whatever was behind us was fast, much faster than anything that size should be. I could hear it crashing through the underbrush, moving with reckless speed. I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw something that will haunt me for the rest of my life. It was tall and emaciated, standing at least 8 feet high but looking starved. The body was a gray, corpse-like color, covered in patchy black hair. The limbs were too long, the joints seeming to bend wrong. But the head was the worst. It looked like a deer's skull, elongated and wrong, with massive antlers that spread 6 feet across. The eye sockets glowed with a sickly yellow light, and when it opened its mouth, I saw rows of broken, yellow teeth. It shrieked again, and the sound drove us forward with pure terror. We ran harder than I've ever run, our boots slipping on the snow, our lungs burning in the frigid air. The creature stayed behind us, but it wasn't trying to catch us. It was hurting us, pushing us away from its territory. We burst out onto the access road where our trucks were parked, and only then did the sounds of pursuit stop. I turned around, gasping for air, and saw it standing at the tree line about 100 yards away. It stood there, swaying slightly, watching us with those glowing eyes. Then it released a long, mournful wail that echoed through the forest, a sound of eternal hunger and rage, before turning and disappearing back into the trees. Cole and I stood there for several minutes, either of us able to speak. Finally, he turned to me and said, "What in God's name was that thing?" I knew what it was, though I'd never wanted to believe the stories were real. "Wendigo," I said quietly. Back at the ranger station, I did something I'd been avoiding. I made a call to Thomas at the Red Cliff Reservation. When I described what we'd seen, there was a long silence on the other end of the line. "You saw one of the hungry spirits," Thomas said finally, his voice heavy with concern. "That's very bad, Matthew. Very bad indeed." "What is it?" I asked, though I already knew the legends. "The Wendigo is not just a creature," Thomas explained. "It's a spirit of winter, of famine, of the darkest parts of human nature. Our stories say that when a person commits the ultimate taboo, when they consume human flesh to survive, they become something else. They become the Wendigo, cursed with eternal hunger that can never be satisfied. The more it eats, the more it craves, growing larger and more powerful but never finding satisfaction." "But that thing I saw wasn't human," I protested. "Not anymore," Thomas agreed. "But it was once, long ago. The Wendigo is what happens when survival instinct overcomes humanity. It's why my people have always taken the threat of starvation seriously, why we share food even when we have little. To become Wendigo is to lose your soul completely." "Is it dangerous?" Thomas's laugh was bitter. "It's one of the most dangerous things in our stories, Matthew. The Wendigo doesn't just kill, it hunts. It's intelligent, patient, and driven by a hunger that makes it relentless. And the worst part is that it often targets the isolated, the lost, the desperate. It's drawn to suffering. How do you kill it?" "You don't," Thomas said flatly. "Not easily. Silver might work, or fire. But the traditional way is to prevent the creation in the first place. Don't let people become so desperate they turn to taboo acts. Don't let the darkness take root." I told Thomas about the carvings we'd found on the trees. He was silent for a long moment. "Those are warnings," he said. "The Wendigo marks its territory. Those symbols tell other spirits, other creatures, that this area belongs to the hungry one. You need to close that section of forest, Matthew. Put up no entry signs, blame it on dangerous ice conditions or whatever official reason you can use, but keep people out of there. At least until spring." I took his advice. That afternoon, I worked with Ezra to issue a temporary closure of the northern section of the forest, citing dangerous conditions and wildlife concerns. We put up signs at all the access points. Officially, the area was closed due to thin ice on water crossings and aggressive wolf pack activity. But I kept investigating. I sent the tissue samples to the Regional Wildlife Forensics Lab, along with the hair samples. The results came back 2 weeks later, and they made no sense. The DNA analysis showed markers that were consistent with human DNA but displaying extreme genetic abnormalities inconsistent with any known condition. The hair was identified as unknown origin, showing characteristics of both human and animal hair but not matching any reference samples. The lab technician who called me with the results sounded confused. "We've never seen anything like this," she said. "It's almost like the sample is from a human who's been genetically altered, but that's not possible. We must have contaminated samples." I didn't bother explaining. Instead, I filed the report away with all the others, more evidence of things that shouldn't exist but clearly did. Cole stopped running his trap line in that area and moved his operations to the southern part of the forest. He never said much about what we saw, but I knew it had changed him. He'd been a man who knew every inch of these woods, who never felt fear in the wilderness. Now he checked over his shoulder constantly and never went out alone. I spent hours researching Wendigo accounts, reading everything I could find. The pattern was consistent across cultures. Ojibwe, Cree, Algonquian, all had stories of the Wendigo, always associated with winter, starvation, and cannibalism. The descriptions varied slightly, but certain elements were always present: the emaciated body, the animal skull, the insatiable hunger, the glowing eyes. What disturbed me most was how many disappearances in this region over the years might be attributed to Wendigo activity. Hikers who vanished without a trace in winter, hunters who never came back, people whose bodies were never found. The official explanations were always hypothermia, falls, animal attacks. But how many of them might have encountered something far worse? I made one more trip to that area before winter set in completely, but I didn't go alone. Ezra came with me, and we brought shotguns loaded with slugs. We weren't looking for the Wendigo. I wasn't that foolish, but I needed to document the area more thoroughly. The carvings on the trees had multiplied. 7 more pines now bore the crude pictographs, arranged in a rough circle maybe a quarter mile in diameter. The trees at the center of this circle were all dead, their bark stripped off, their branches broken and hanging at unnatural angles. The ground in the circle was torn up, as if something had been digging. And everywhere there were tracks. The prints were human-like but elongated, with claw marks at the end of each toe. The stride length was impossibly long, sometimes 10 feet between prints. Whatever made these tracks moved fast and covered ground effortlessly even in deep snow. We followed the tracks for about a mile, deeper into the forest than I'd ever gone in this area. They led to a cave system I hadn't known existed, a series of limestone formations that created natural shelter. Outside the caves we found remains, bones from deer, moose, wolves, and smaller animals, all showing the same pattern of extreme violence and consumption. And we found something else. Scattered among the animal bones were human artifacts, a backpack from the 1990s based on the style, a pair of boots, a water bottle, fragments of clothing. All of it was old, weathered, but it told a story. People had been coming to these caves, and they hadn't left. "We're not going in there," Ezra said firmly, looking at the dark cave entrance. "Whatever is in there, it can stay in there." I agreed. We documented what we'd found, took photographs, and got out of there. As we hiked back, I heard that mournful wail again, far in the distance. The Wendigo was letting us know it was watching, that we were in its territory. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about those human remains, about the people who'd gone into those woods and never come back. How long had the Wendigo been here? How many had it taken over the years? And what would happen when winter ended and the backcountry opened up again? I had no answers, only the growing certainty that I was a ranger responsible for protecting a forest that harbored monsters. The dogman, the Bigfoot, and now the Wendigo, all of them real, all of them living in the same vast wilderness I'd sworn to preserve and protect. The question that haunted me was simple: what else was out there that I hadn't encountered yet? And more terrifying, what would happen if these creatures ever decided that avoiding humans was no longer worth the effort? Winter deepened, and the northern section of the forest stayed closed. No more reports came in of unusual activity, and I told myself the creatures had settled into their winter patterns, whatever those might be. But I knew this was just a temporary reprieve. Spring would come eventually, and with it, new dangers. December brought brutal cold to Superior National Forest, temperatures that regularly dropped to 20 below zero at night. The frozen landscape was beautiful but deadly, the kind of cold that could kill an unprepared person in hours. Most of the forest was locked down for winter, with only the main roads maintained and backcountry access officially closed until spring. I should have been spending my time on routine maintenance and paperwork, preparing educational programs for the spring season. Instead, I was obsessed with understanding what I'd encountered. I'd seen 3 different creatures that shouldn't exist, all within the same relatively small area of northern Minnesota. That couldn't be coincidence. I started mapping every unusual incident I could find in the Forest Service records going back decades. Reports of strange vocalizations, unusual tracks, destroyed campsites, missing persons, wildlife acting strangely. I plotted all of it on topographic maps of the forest, using different colors for different types of incidents. What emerged was a pattern I hadn't expected. The 3 types of creatures seemed to have distinct territories that overlapped only minimally. The dogman sightings clustered along the southern and eastern edges of the forest, primarily in the transitional zones between dense forest and more open terrain. The Bigfoot encounters were concentrated in the deep wilderness areas, far from roads and human development. And the Wendigo activity was isolated to the northernmost sections, the coldest and most remote areas near the Canadian border. But there was more. When I overlaid my map with historical data about Native American settlement patterns, I found something fascinating. The areas where creature sightings were most common corresponded almost exactly with regions that indigenous peoples had traditionally avoided or treated with special reverence. There were old Ojibwe trails that deliberately skirted certain areas, going miles out of their way rather than taking direct routes through what should have been easier terrain. I brought my findings to Thomas, spreading my maps across his kitchen table. He studied them for a long time, tracing the patterns with his finger. "This makes sense," he finally said. "My grandfather told me that the land has places of power, thin places where the natural and supernatural overlap. The old people knew where these places were and respected them. We didn't build villages there, didn't hunt there except in times of great need, and we certainly didn't settle there permanently." "But why all three creatures in the same forest?" I asked. "Why here?" Thomas thought about this. Superior National Forest sits on some of the oldest rock in North America, the Canadian Shield, billions of years old. There are iron deposits, unusual magnetic fields, limestone caves, and deep lakes that never freeze. The land has power here. Maybe these creatures are drawn to that power, or maybe they've always been here, and the power is why they can exist. He pulled out an old leather-bound journal, its pages yellowed with age. "This was my grandfather's," he said. "He kept records of the old stories, the real stories, not the versions we tell tourists." He opened to a page covered in handwritten notes and crude maps. He wrote about boundaries in the forest, places where different spirits claimed territory. He called them the Watches, the Wolf Watcher in the south, the Great Being in the deep forest, and the Hungry Spirit in the north. He said they kept each other in balance, that their presence actually protected the heart of the forest from human expansion. "Protected it how?" I asked. "Fear," Thomas said simply. "People who encounter these things don't come back, or if they do, they tell stories that keep others away. The forest remains wild because something in human instinct warns us away from these places. It's protection through terror." I thought about the hunters who'd fled their camp, about Cole abandoning his trap lines, about the countless stories of people who'd had encounters and never wanted to go back into the deep woods. Thomas was right. Fear was the most effective conservation tool imaginable. "There's something else," Thomas said, turning to another page in his grandfather's journal. He wrote about a cycle. Every few years, the activity of these creatures increases. They become more visible, more active, more willing to interact with humans. It happens in the fall, usually around the equinoxes. He thought it had something to do with the migration patterns of other animals, or maybe changes in magnetic fields, or the thinning of barriers between worlds. He was never sure. "We're in one of those periods now," I said. "That's why I've had 3 encounters in 2 months when some rangers work their whole careers without seeing anything unusual." Thomas nodded. "The cycle is active. And Matthew, there's something you need to understand. When the cycle is active, the creatures aren't just more visible, they're more dangerous. They're agitated, territorial, protective. The boundaries between their territories become more rigidly enforced. That's when people disappear." He showed me a list his grandfather had compiled, dates and names of people who'd gone missing in the forest over a 70-year period. The list was extensive, dozens of names. And when I looked at the dates, I saw the pattern immediately. The disappearances clustered in groups, with several happening within weeks of each other, then years would pass with nothing. The clusters came roughly every 7 to 8 years. "The last active cycle before this one was in 2016, Thomas said. 3 hunters disappeared that fall in different parts of the forest. Before that, 2009, 2 hikers vanished. Before that, 2001, a family of 4 went missing on a camping trip. They found their camp exactly as they'd left it, except the family was gone. I checked my own records. 3 people had been reported missing in Superior National Forest since September. 1 hiker in the southern section who'd gone out alone and never returned. one bow hunter in the central wilderness area who'd last been heard from via emergency beacon before going silent, and one cross-country skier who'd been training in the northern section and simply vanished, his tracks ending at the edge of a frozen lake. 3 disappearances, 3 sections of forest, 3 types of creatures. The pattern was undeniable. "What do I do?" I asked Thomas. "I can't officially acknowledge what's out there. But I also can't just let people wander into danger." "You do what rangers have always done," Thomas replied. "You close dangerous areas, you warn people about wildlife activity, you make it as difficult as possible for people to access the most dangerous zones. And you keep records so that when the next ranger encounters these things, they'll have your documentation to help them understand." I left Thomas's house with a heavy sense of responsibility. I wasn't just a ranger anymore. I was a guardian of a secret, a keeper of knowledge that most people would dismiss as fantasy or madness. Back at the station, I spent the rest of the winter building a comprehensive database of every creature encounter I could verify or reasonably substantiate. I included my own detailed accounts, witness statements from the hunters and Cole, the forensic evidence from the lab, the photographs and plaster casts, everything. I encrypted the files and stored copies in 3 separate locations: my personal computer, a flash drive in a safety deposit box, and with Thomas, who promised to keep them safe. I also worked with Ezra to develop new backcountry protocols. We couldn't say why, but we implemented regulations that effectively restricted access to the most dangerous areas. Mandatory group sizes of 4 or more for certain zones, seasonal closures that lasted longer than necessary, new permit requirements that limited how many people could access remote areas. We framed it all as wildlife protection and visitor safety, but we both knew the real purpose. In January, I got a call from a DNR officer named Carson who worked in the state forest system across the border in Wisconsin. He'd heard through the grapevine that I'd been investigating unusual wildlife activity and wanted to compare notes. We met at a diner halfway between our stations, and over coffee, Carson told me his own stories. He'd worked Wisconsin forests for 20 years and had his own encounters, a creature he'd seen in 2008 that matched the description of Bigfoot, multiple reports of Doberman-like animals in the northern counties, and rumors of something he called the Wendigo in the remote areas near Lake Superior. "We're not the only ones," Carson said quietly. "Talk to rangers in Washington, Oregon, Northern California, Montana, Idaho, anywhere there's deep wilderness. Everyone has stories. Nobody talks about it officially, but we all know. These things are out there. Why doesn't anyone come forward?" I asked. "Why don't we document this properly and let the scientific community investigate?" Carson laughed, but there was no humor in it. "You think they haven't tried? In the 1970s, there was a serious effort by some university researchers to investigate Bigfoot reports in the Pacific Northwest. They collected hair samples, footprints, even some film footage. You know what happened? They were ridiculed, lost funding, had their careers destroyed. The scientific establishment doesn't want to acknowledge that there might be large, undiscovered primates in North America. It challenges too many assumptions." "What about the government?" I asked. "Surely someone at a higher level knows." "Maybe," Carson said. "But think about what it would mean to officially acknowledge these creatures exist. You'd have to close huge sections of public land. You'd have to completely revise our understanding of North American ecology and natural history. You'd have to explain why we've been lying to the public for decades. The political and economic consequences would be massive. So instead, there's this quiet understanding. We manage it locally, we keep people safe as best we can, and we don't make waves." His words confirmed what I'd already suspected. This wasn't ignorance or denial. It was a deliberate choice to maintain the status quo, even if it meant keeping dangerous secrets. Carson and I shared information for 2 hours, comparing notes on behavior patterns, territory markers, vocalization recordings, and seasonal activity cycles. What emerged was a comprehensive picture of cryptid ecology that was remarkably consistent across different states and regions. The dogman-type creatures were most active in transitional zones and seemed to be highly intelligent, possibly capable of basic tool use. They were territorial but usually avoided confrontation unless surprised or threatened. They were primarily active during spring and fall, with fewer sightings in deep winter and summer. The Bigfoot-type creatures preferred deep wilderness and seemed to live in small family groups. They were primarily herbivorous but opportunistically ate meat. They displayed sophisticated behavior, including what appeared to be ritual or cultural practices. The tree structures, rock arrangements, and territorial markings suggested complex social organization. The Wendigo-type creatures were the least understood and most dangerous. They appeared to be solitary, highly territorial, and actively predatory. Unlike the others, which seemed to prefer avoiding humans, Wendigos appeared to hunt people, particularly the isolated and vulnerable. They were most active during winter, possibly because their prey species were weakest during the lean months. "Here's what worries me," Carson said as we prepared to leave. "The pattern suggests we're at the peak of an active cycle. If that's true, activity will increase over the next few months before it dies down again. That means more encounters, more close calls, and probably more disappearances. We need to be extra vigilant, and we need to have protocols in place for worst-case scenarios." "Like what?" I asked. "Like what do we do if someone brings us clear, irrefutable proof? What if someone shoots one of these creatures and brings us the body? What if there's a major incident that can't be covered up or explained away? We need to have plans for those scenarios because sooner or later, one of them is going to happen." I drove back to Isabella that evening thinking about Carson's questions. What would I do if someone brought me irrefutable proof? Part of me wanted the truth to come out, wanted these creatures to be officially recognized and studied. But another part understood the chaos that would follow such a revelation. The winter deepened, and the forest grew quieter. I continued my patrols, always alert, always watching. I'd changed since September, become more aware of the boundaries between the known and unknown. The forest I thought I understood had revealed itself to be something far stranger and more dangerous than I'd ever imagined. And yet, despite everything, I couldn't bring myself to leave. This was my forest, these were my responsibilities, and these creatures, terrifying as they were part of the ecosystem I'd sworn to protect. They had as much right to exist here as the wolves and bears, maybe more. They'd been here long before the Ranger Service, before European settlement, before recorded history. My job wasn't to destroy them or expose them. My job was to maintain the balance, to keep people safe while allowing these creatures to continue their ancient patterns of existence. It was a lonely burden, but it was mine to carry. As February arrived and the worst of winter began to ease, I found myself thinking about what would happen when spring came and the backcountry opened again. The active cycle wasn't over yet, and warmer weather would bring more visitors deeper into the forest. I was going to have to be more vigilant than ever. March came to Superior National Forest with false promises of spring, a few warm days that melted the snow, followed by hard freezes that turned everything to ice. The backcountry remained largely inaccessible, but day hikers and cross-country skiers began returning to the established trails. With them came new reports of unusual activity. A couple skiing near Brule Lake reported hearing vocalizations that didn't match any known animal, deep whooping sounds that echoed through the forest. A day hiker found tracks near Isabella that he photographed and posted online, large five-toed prints that sparked furious debate on cryptozoology forums. And a local hunter called in to report finding a deer carcass that had been torn apart with what he described as inhuman strength. Each report landed on my desk, and each one required investigation. I was running myself ragged trying to document everything while maintaining the fiction that these were just unusual but explainable wildlife incidents. The stress was taking its toll. I wasn't sleeping well, was constantly on edge, and had started avoiding social situations because I couldn't discuss what was really occupying my mind. On March 15th, I got a call that changed everything. A group of wildlife researchers from the University of Minnesota had contacted the Forest Service requesting permission to set up remote cameras throughout Superior National Forest. They were studying wolf pack dynamics and wanted to document predator behavior across a full year. They had funding, proper permits, and the blessing of the state DNR. Ezra called me into his office to discuss the request. "This could be a problem," he said bluntly. "If they put cameras throughout the forest, they're going to capture things we'd rather not have documented." "Can we deny the permit?" I asked. "Not without cause," Ezra replied. "They've done everything by the book. If we deny it, they'll want to know why, and we don't have a good official reason. But if we approve it, those cameras might record things that raise very uncomfortable questions." We sat in silence for a moment, both of us considering the implications. Finally I said, "What if we approve it, but we work with them to determine camera placement? We could steer them away from the most sensitive areas using legitimate wildlife management reasons, telling them certain areas are high risk for equipment theft or vandalism, or that some zones are restricted for endangered species protection." Ezra nodded slowly. "That could work. We'd have to be subtle about it, and we'd need to accept that some cameras will still end up in areas where they might capture something unusual. But it's better than an outright denial that would raise suspicions." We approved the permit with restrictions, and I volunteered to work directly with the research team to help them set up their camera grid. The lead researcher, a graduate student named Silas, was enthusiastic and professional. Over the course of 2 weeks in late March, we hiked through the forest placing cameras at strategic locations. I managed to guide him away from the most dangerous areas while making it seem like natural decisions based on wolf behavior patterns. But I couldn't control everything, and several cameras ended up in zones where I knew unusual activity had been reported. "This is amazing territory," Silas said as we placed a camera near the boundary of what I privately thought of as the Bigfoot zone. "The biodiversity here is remarkable. Have you ever seen anything really unusual out here? I've heard stories from some of the locals about strange vocalizations and large tracks." I chose my words carefully. "The forest can play tricks on you, especially at night or in poor visibility. Sound carries in strange ways through these trees, and snow or mud can distort tracks. Most of the time, what people think is mysterious turns out to have a mundane explanation. But not always," Silas pressed. "Not always," I admitted. "There are things in these woods we don't fully understand. That's part of what makes them special, the mystery, the unknown. It's important to approach that with respect and humility." Silas nodded, but I could see the curiosity in his eyes. He was exactly the type of person who would pursue strange findings rather than dismiss them. I made a mental note to stay in close contact with his research team. As we worked our way through the camera installation, I noticed something that had escaped my attention before. The 3 territories I'd mapped, Dogman, Bigfoot, and Wendigo, weren't randomly distributed. They formed a rough triangle, with each apex approximately equidistant from the others. At the center of this triangle was an area I'd never explored thoroughly, a region of dense old-growth forest surrounding a deep lake called Shadow Lake. Shadow Lake wasn't on most tourist maps. It was accessible only by an old, barely maintained trail that wound through difficult terrain for 7 miles from the nearest road. I'd never been there, and now I wondered why. It was exactly the type of place that should be on every ranger's list of areas to know. On the last day of camera installation, I asked Silas about it. "Have you considered putting a camera near Shadow Lake? It's remote, minimal human disturbance. Seems like exactly the kind of place you'd want to monitor." Silas checked his map. "Shadow Lake doesn't appear on my GPS. Is it even officially recognized?" That was strange. I pulled out my own topographic map, one of the old paper ones from the 1980s that I kept in my truck. Shadow Lake was clearly marked on that map, but when I checked the digital mapping system we use for official work, it was absent. "That's odd," I said. "It's definitely there. I've seen it from the air during fire patrols. But you're right, it's not in the modern database. Maybe it's considered a sensitive area?" Silas suggested. "Some locations get removed from public maps to prevent overuse or to protect endangered species habitat." That made sense, but something about it bothered me. I made a decision. I'm going to do a site visit out there before the season really kicks off. It's been on my list for a while, and this seems like a good time. 2 days later, I set out for Shadow Lake. I went alone, which violated standard protocol for remote areas, but I wanted to investigate without having to explain myself to anyone else. I brought full camping gear, planning to spend one night at the lake before hiking back out. The trail to Shadow Lake was worse than I'd expected. Years of neglect had left it overgrown, and several sections were washed out or blocked by fallen trees. It took me most of the day to cover the 7 miles, and by the time I reached the lake, the sun was already low in the sky. Shadow Lake was hauntingly beautiful. It was roughly circular, maybe half a mile across, surrounded by towering white pines and rocky cliffs. The water was dark, almost black, and perfectly still, reflecting the surrounding forest like a mirror. There was no beach, just a rocky shoreline that dropped off steeply into deep water. I set up my tent in a small clearing about 50 yards from the shore and built a fire as darkness fell. The forest around me was quiet, too quiet. I hadn't heard a single bird since arriving at the lake, hadn't seen any evidence of small mammals or even insects. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the crackling of my fire. As night deepened, I began to feel the familiar sensation of being watched. I kept my fire burning bright and my sidearm close at hand, sitting with my back against a large boulder so nothing could approach from behind. Around midnight I heard the first sound, a low howl from somewhere to the south, the distinctive call of the dogman. It was answered moments later by a whooping call from the west, the vocalization of a Bigfoot. Then, from the north, came the shrieking wail of the Wendigo, that sound of eternal hunger and rage. They were all here, all 3 types of creatures, surrounding Shadow Lake. And they were calling to each other, communicating in some way I couldn't understand. I kept my fire burning and waited. I wasn't going to run, there was nowhere to run to. If they wanted me dead, I would already be dead. So I sat there, trying to appear non-threatening but alert, and I listened to the creatures communicate across the darkness. The vocalizations continued for over an hour, a strange symphony of sounds that seemed to follow patterns, call and response, rising and falling in intensity. Then, gradually, they began to move. I could hear them circling the lake, staying in the forest, but clearly moving with purpose. Then I saw them. 3 figures emerged from the tree line at different points around the lake, each one staying at the water's edge but visible in the moonlight. The dogman to the south, standing upright with its distinctive canine head silhouetted against the stars. The Bigfoot to the west, massive and powerful, its shaggy form unmistakable. And the Wendigo to the north, tall and skeletal with its deer skull head and spreading antlers catching the pale light. They stood there, the 3 of them, forming a perfect triangle around the lake. And then they began to vocalize together, a chorus of sounds that was both terrifying and strangely beautiful, the howl, the whoop, and the shriek blending into something that resonated in my chest. I understood then what I was witnessing. This wasn't a coincidence or random behavior. This was a gathering, a ritual, a meeting of the 3 guardians of this forest. Shadow Lake was their neutral ground, the place where their territories intersected, where they came together for whatever purpose beings like them required. They continued their vocalizations for several minutes, and then, one by one, they disappeared back into the forest. First the dogman, then the Bigfoot, and finally the Wendigo, that gaunt figure dissolving into the shadows like smoke. I sat by my fire until dawn, too overwhelmed to sleep. What I'd witnessed was beyond anything I'd read in reports or heard in stories. This wasn't just 3 species of cryptids living in the same forest. This was an ecosystem, a balance, a system of beings that had existed here long before humans arrived and would continue long after we were gone. As the sun rose over Shadow Lake, I understood my role more clearly than ever before. I wasn't just a ranger protecting a forest. I was a guardian of a secret, a keeper of a boundary between the human world and something older, something that existed in the spaces our civilization chose not to acknowledge. I broke camp and began the long hike back to the trailhead. My mind was racing with questions. How long had this system existed? Were there other places like this, other neutral grounds where cryptid species gathered? What would happen if this balance was disrupted? When I got back to the ranger station, I found Ezra waiting for me with a concerned expression. "Where have you been? I've been trying to reach you for 2 days." "Shadow Lake," I said. "Ezra, we need to talk." I told him everything: the triangular pattern of territories, the gathering I'd witnessed, my theory about Shadow Lake being a neutral meeting ground. When I finished, he was quiet for a long time. "I've been a ranger for 30 years, he finally said. "I've seen things I can't explain, heard stories from other rangers that defy belief. But what you're describing, it suggests organization, intelligence, maybe even society among these creatures. That changes everything." "What do we do?" I asked. "We protect it," Ezra said firmly. "Shadow Lake needs to stay off the maps, stay forgotten. That area needs to be permanently restricted, completely off limits. No researchers, no hikers, no one. If what you witnessed is real, if that lake is truly a gathering place for these beings, then it's one of the most important ecological sites in North America, and we have a duty to keep it undisturbed." Over the next week, we quietly implemented new restrictions. Shadow Lake and the surrounding 5 square miles were designated as a sensitive research area, officially closed to all public access for endangered species protection. We cited concerns about Canada lynx denning sites and gray wolf rendezvous locations, both plausible and difficult to verify claims. The area was removed from public trail maps and marked with no-entry signs at all approach points. Silas's research team eventually retrieved their cameras in May, and when they did, they found some interesting footage. Several cameras had captured clear images of large animals that defied easy identification. One showed what appeared to be a bipedal creature covered in dark hair walking past the camera at night. Another recorded strange vocalizations that their audio analysis couldn't match to any known species. Silas came to see me with the footage, excitement and confusion evident on his face. "Matthew, look at this. What is this animal? It's not a bear, the gait is all wrong. And these vocalizations, I've played them for 3 different experts and nobody can identify them." I looked at the footage carefully. It was ambiguous enough to dismiss but clear enough to raise questions. "It's probably a bear," I said. "The camera angle can make them look bipedal, especially in low light. As for the vocalizations, sound carries strangely in dense forest. Could be wolves, could be owls, could be multiple species overlapping. I wouldn't read too much into it." Silas looked disappointed but accepted my explanation. His research would continue, but he'd learned what every person who encounters these mysteries eventually learns: solid proof is elusive, and most people would rather accept mundane explanations than embrace extraordinary possibilities. The research footage was filed away, noted as unidentified, in the official reports, and quietly forgotten. Just like hundreds of similar pieces of evidence over the decades. Spring turned to summer, and the active cycle began to wind down. Encounters became less frequent, the creatures retreating to their deep territories as the forest filled with human visitors. I continued my patrols, always alert, always documenting unusual activity, but the intensity of the fall months had passed. I'd changed over the course of those months. I'd gone from a ranger who managed a forest to a guardian who protected mysteries. I'd learned that the wilderness I'd thought I understood was far stranger and more complex than I'd ever imagined. And I'd accepted that some truths would never be officially recognized, some realities would always exist in the shadows. In late June, I made one final visit to Thomas. I brought him copies of all my documentation, every photograph, every measurement, every witness statement. He looked through it all carefully, then placed it in a wooden box with his grandfather's journal. "You've done good work," he said. "You've documented what needs to be documented, protected what needs to be protected. The creatures are safe for now, and so are the people. That's all we can ask for." "What happens during the next active cycle?" I asked. "In another 7 or 8 years, when this starts again?" "You'll be ready," Thomas said. "And whoever comes after you will have your records to guide them. That's how knowledge is preserved, not through official channels or scientific papers, but through people like us, passing the truth quietly from one generation to the next. I left his house that evening with a sense of peace I hadn't felt in months. I'd found my purpose, understood my role. I was part of a long line of guardians who protected these creatures and the people who ventured into their territory, maintaining the balance between known and unknown. As I drove back to the ranger station, I looked out at the forest spreading in all directions, vast and ancient and full of mysteries. Somewhere out there, the dogman was watching over the transitional zones, the Bigfoot families were gathering their summer food, and the Wendigo was sleeping through the warm months in its northern caves. They were real. They were dangerous. And they were mine to protect. The next ranger who sits in my office might think this job is about managing trails and educating visitors about wilderness safety. Eventually, if they're observant and brave, they'll learn the truth. And when they do, I'll share these records with them, just as others shared their knowledge with me. Because that's how we protect the mysteries, not by exposing them to a world that isn't ready to understand, but by quietly maintaining the boundaries, keeping watch over the places where the impossible becomes real. My name is Matthew, and I'm a ranger at Superior National Forest in northern Minnesota. I've seen things in these woods that science says don't exist. I've documented creatures that officially aren't real. And I've accepted my role as a guardian of secrets that will never be fully revealed. This is my account, written so that others who follow will know they're not alone, they're not crazy, and they're not the first to walk this strange and lonely path between the world we acknowledge and the world we choose to forget. The forest keeps its secrets. And so do I. The engine of my pickup truck coughed and sputtered as I navigated the winding mountain road. October had painted the Appalachian wilderness in shades of rust and gold, but the beauty did nothing to ease the knot in my stomach. I'd been driving for hours, following directions scrawled on a crumpled napkin, directions to a place most folks pretended didn't exist. My name's Mike Harrington, and I'd come to these mountains looking for answers about my brother Danny's disappearance 3 months ago. The authorities had given up, calling it another case of a hiker getting lost in the wilderness. But Danny knew these trails better than anyone. Something else had happened to him, and the locals' frightened whispers all pointed to one thing: the Wendigo. The gravel road terminated at a weathered cabin tucked against the hillside. Smoke curled from the chimney, and an old man sat on the porch, whittling. This was Earl Thompson, the person my contacts said knew more about the mountain's dark secrets than anyone else alive. "You the Harrington boy?" Earl asked without looking up from his carving. His voice was rough as tree bark. "Yes, sir. Mike Harrington. I called about. I know why you're here." He finally raised his eyes, and I saw decades of fear etched into his weathered face. "Same reason they all come. Someone goes missing, and suddenly everyone wants to believe in monsters." I climbed the creaking porch steps. "My brother didn't just go missing. The search team found his campsite torn apart, blood everywhere, but no body. The claw marks they found, they weren't from any bear." Earl's knife stilled. "Claw marks going up the trees?" My blood chilled. "How did you know?" "Because that's how it hunts. The Wendigo." He spat the word like a curse. "Used to be, folks knew better than to camp alone up on Briar Ridge. But you young people, you think the old stories are just superstition." He stood, joints popping, and gestured for me to follow him inside. The cabin's interior was cramped but warm, filled with the smell of wood smoke and old leather. Maps covered one wall, marked with red X's and dates going back decades. "Each mark is a disappearance," Earl explained, tracing patterns with a gnarled finger. "See how they cluster? That thing has territories, hunting grounds it returns to when the hunger takes it." "You talk about it like it's real," I said, though the certainty in his voice was beginning to crack my skepticism. "Boy, I've lived in these mountains for 73 years. I've seen things that would turn your hair white." He pulled a dusty photo album from a shelf and opened it to a page of yellowed newspaper clippings. 1952, my Uncle Clyde vanished. 1971, the Morrison family, all 5 of them, gone without a trace. 1989, those college kids from Louisville. Each clipping told the same story: mysterious disappearances, strange claw marks, eerie howls in the night, and survivors speaking of a creature too terrible to describe. "But what is it?" I asked. "What's a Wendigo?" Earl's expression darkened. "The Algonquin people have known for centuries. It was once human, they say. A man who resorted to cannibalism in the dead of winter, cursed to become something neither man nor beast. The hunger never leaves it. It grows taller, thinner, until it's nothing but appetite walking on two legs." He showed me a drawing from an old journal, a skeletal figure with antlers sprouting from its skull, elongated limbs, and sunken eyes that seemed to follow you across the page. "Your brother," Earl continued. "He was camping near the old Donovan mine, wasn't he?" I nodded. "How did you?" "Because that's where it lives. Deep in the mine shafts, away from the sun. It's been using those tunnels for decades, maybe longer." He closed the album with a snap. "If you're smart, you'll go home. Forget about finding answers. Some questions are better left unasked." But I couldn't forget. Danny was my only family left. "If you know where it lives, why hasn't anyone done something about it?" Earl laughed, but there was no humor in it. "You think people haven't tried? In '78, a group of hunters went up there with rifles and dogs. They found pieces of them scattered across half a mile. The dogs they found skinned and hung from the trees like warnings." My hands were trembling, but I forced them still. "I have to try. I have to know what happened to Danny." The old man studied me for a long moment, then sighed. "You're going up there no matter what I say, aren't you?" When I nodded, he shuffled to an old trunk in the corner. "Then you'll need this." He pulled out a leather satchel and handed it to me. Inside were items that seemed absurd: salt, sage bundles, a silver crucifix, and an old revolver with strange symbols etched into the barrel. "The gun won't kill it," he warned. "Nothing can kill what's already dead inside. But silver and iron, blessed by the old ways, they might slow it down enough for you to run." He gripped my shoulder with surprising strength. "And boy, when you see it, you run. You run and don't look back." As I left Earl's cabin with his warnings ringing in my ears, the sun was already sinking low. I had maybe 2 hours of daylight left to reach the Donovan mine. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, to listen to the old man's wisdom. But Danny's face haunted me, my little brother who'd always looked up to me, who I'd failed to protect. I drove as far as the road would allow, then grabbed my pack and Earl's satchel. The trail to the mine was overgrown, barely visible through the undergrowth. As I hiked, the forest grew quieter, as if even the birds and insects knew better than to venture here. The temperature dropped 20 degrees when I entered the shadow of the mountain. My breath misted in the sudden cold, and that's when I heard it, a sound that made every hair on my body stand on end. It was a howl, but unlike any animal I'd ever heard. It started low, almost human, then rose to an inhuman shriek that echoed off the mountain walls. It was answered by another cry from a different direction, then another. There was more than one. I fumbled for Earl's revolver, the weight of it providing little comfort. The howls were getting closer, and the sun was now just a sliver of orange on the horizon. I'd walked straight into their territory as night fell. A twig snapped somewhere to my left, then another to my right. They were circling me, like wolves testing their prey. But these were no wolves. That's when I saw the first one. Chapter 2, The Hunt Begins. Through the gaps in the trees, something moved with impossible grace. It was tall, taller than any man, and thin to the point of impossibility. Its limbs were too long, joints bending in ways that made my eyes water to follow. Antlers, broken and asymmetrical, crowned a skull that was neither fully human nor animal. But it was the eyes that froze me in place. Sunken deep in their sockets, they glowed with a pale, hungry light. When they fixed on me, I felt a cold unlike anything I'd ever experienced, a cold that seemed to reach into my chest and squeeze. The creature tilted its head, studying me with predatory interest. Its mouth opened, revealing rows of teeth that had no business being in any earthly creature. Then it spoke, and my sanity cracked a little at the edges. "Hungry!" The word was drawn out, distorted, as if spoken by vocal cords that had forgotten how to form human speech. "So hungry!" I raised the revolver with shaking hands and fired. The sound shattered the twilight silence, and the creature jerked back, more surprised than hurt. Black ichor dripped from where the blessed bullet had grazed its shoulder. It screamed, a sound that was rage and hunger and something else, something almost like pain. Then it was moving, faster than my eyes could track, disappearing into the darkening forest. I ran. Branches tore at my clothes as I crashed through the underbrush. Behind me, I could hear them, multiple sets of footfalls that were too heavy, too fast. They were toying with me, herding me like a sheep to slaughter. The mine entrance appeared so suddenly I nearly ran past it. The gaping maw in the mountainside was black as pitch, but it offered the only shelter in sight. I plunged inside, fumbling for my flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing rough-hewn walls and support beams that looked ready to collapse at any moment. Mining equipment, rusted and abandoned, created a maze of shadows. The air smelled of earth and decay and something else, something organic and wrong. I pressed deeper into the mine, hoping the creatures wouldn't follow me into their own lair. Water dripped somewhere in the darkness, each drop echoing like a gunshot in the silence. My flashlight beam swept across the walls, and I noticed something that made my stomach turn. Scratches covered every surface, deep gouges in the rock that could only have been made by claws. They formed patterns almost like writing, a language of madness carved by inhuman hands. Among the scratches were other marks, handprints too long to be human, and smears of what looked disturbingly like dried blood. A side tunnel branched off from the main shaft, and I heard something that made me freeze. Breathing. Slow, labored breathing that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Danny?" I whispered, knowing how foolish it was but unable to stop myself. The breathing stopped. In the sudden silence, I became aware of other sounds. A rustling like dry leaves. The scrape of claws on stone. They were in the mine with me. I clicked off my flashlight and pressed myself against the wall, trying to control my panicked breathing. In the absolute darkness, every sense was heightened. I could smell them now, a mixture of rotting meat and pine sap and something chemical, like formaldehyde. Red eyes appeared in the darkness, first one pair, then another, then more than I could count. They surrounded me, glowing like embers in the black. I knew I was going to die here, in the dark, just like Danny. Then, impossibly, I heard a voice. Weak, barely human, but familiar. "Mike?" My heart nearly stopped. "Danny? Danny, is that you? Help me." The voice came from deeper in the mine, past the glowing eyes. It couldn't be real. Danny had been missing for 3 months. But what if he was alive? What if he'd been trapped here all this time? I had to make a choice. Die here, surrounded, or push forward on the slim chance my brother was still alive. I pulled out one of Earl's sage bundles and my lighter. The herb caught fire, filling the tunnel with pungent smoke. The creatures recoiled, their eyes blinking out as they retreated from the burning sage. I had seconds at most. Holding the smoldering bundle in front of me like a torch, I ran toward Danny's voice. The tunnel sloped downward, and the walls became natural rock rather than hewn stone. I was entering the deep places, the old caves that existed before the mine. The sage was burning down too quickly. As the last of it crumbled to ash, I found myself in a vast cavern. My flashlight beam couldn't find the ceiling or the far walls. But it did find the bones. They were everywhere. Human bones, animal bones, all gnawed and cracked for marrow. They formed drifts like snow against the cavern walls. And among them, fresher than the rest, I saw a scrap of fabric. Danny's jacket. "No," I breathed, falling to my knees. "Yes," came a voice from the darkness, but it wasn't Danny's anymore. It was deeper, wronger. He tasted so sweet. Like fear and love and grief all mixed together. One of the creatures emerged from the shadows, and I understood with horrible clarity what had happened. It was wearing Danny's remains like a costume, strips of skin and clothing draped over its emaciated frame. It had been mimicking his voice, using my love against me. Rage overcame fear. I emptied the revolver into the thing, each blessed bullet tearing chunks from its decayed flesh. It laughed as it fell, a sound like breaking glass. "You can't kill hunger," it gurgled through black blood. "You can't kill what makes us. We are what you all become in the end. When the cold comes, when the food runs out, when the choice is eat or be eaten." More eyes appeared in the darkness. Dozens of them. All the missing people over the years. They hadn't just been killed. They'd been transformed, turned into these creatures by some curse I couldn't understand. I pulled out the silver crucifix, holding it high. Some of the eyes retreated, but others pressed closer. They were testing my defenses, looking for weakness. That's when I saw him among them. Not a mockery wearing his skin, but Danny himself. Or what was left of him. He was thinner than the others, not yet fully transformed. His antlers were just nubs protruding from his skull, and his limbs, while elongated, still retained some human proportion. But his eyes glowed with the same hungry light. "Mike," he said, and it was really him this time. I could hear my little brother in that ruined voice. "I tried not to eat. But the hunger, it never stops. It never." He took a step toward me, then another. The other creatures watched, waiting. "Stay back, Danny. Please. Can't control it much longer." Tears of black ichor ran down his gaunt cheeks. "Should have listened to you. Shouldn't have come alone. But I thought I could prove the stories were just stories." He was fighting the transformation, but I could see him losing. His fingers lengthened as I watched, nails extending into claws. "Kill me," he begged. "While I'm still me enough to ask. Please, Mike. Don't let me become like them. Don't let me hurt anyone." The crucifix in my hand felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. This wasn't how it was supposed to end. I was supposed to save him, to bring him home. But there was no saving him now. There was only mercy. ## Chapter 3, The Mercy. I pulled Earl's knife from the satchel, silver and iron, etched with symbols I didn't understand. Danny saw it and nodded, a grotesque approximation of relief crossing his distorted features. "Thank you," he whispered. The other creatures sensed what was about to happen and surged forward. I threw the last of the salt in a circle around us, and they recoiled, hissing and spitting. It wouldn't hold them for long. Danny fell to his knees in front of me, bowing his head. "Make it quick. And Mike? Tell Mom and Dad. Tell them I died human." Our parents had been gone for 2 years, killed in a car accident. In his deteriorating mind, Danny had forgotten. Or maybe, in mercy, he was living in a time before grief had touched our family. "I will," I lied, raising the knife. That's when everything went wrong. The salt circle broke, not from the outside, but from within. Danny's transformation accelerated, his body convulsing and reshaping itself with sickening cracks and pops. He looked up at me, and his face was no longer anything I recognized. "Too late!" he roared with a voice that shook dust from the cavern ceiling. His arm lashed out, claws raking across my chest. Pain exploded through me as I stumbled backward, blood soaking through my torn shirt. The knife flew from my hand, clattering away into the darkness. The other Wendigos pressed closer, drawn by the scent of fresh blood. I was surrounded, wounded, and out of weapons. This was how I would die, torn apart in the dark, just another missing person in Earl's collection of newspaper clippings. But Danny, or the thing that had been Danny, held up a clawed hand, and the other stopped. "Mine!" he growled. "My blood! My kill!" Even transformed, some twisted brotherly claim remained. The other creatures backed away, yielding to his right. He circled me slowly, savoring the moment. I pressed my hand to my chest, trying to stem the bleeding. The wounds were deep but not immediately fatal. He was playing with me. "Do you know what the worst part is?" he asked, his voice sliding between human and monster. "I can still think. Still remember. Every person I've killed, I remember their faces. Their screams. Their pleas. He leaned in close, and his breath smelled of carrion. I remember being human. That's the real curse. We remember what we were, even as we do things that would have horrified us. The hunger doesn't erase who we were, it just makes us betray everything we loved. His claw traced along my jaw, almost gently. I'm going to eat you slowly, brother. And the whole time, the part of me that's still Danny will be screaming. Just like I screamed when I ate my first hiker. Just like I screamed when I realized what I was becoming. Something glinted in my peripheral vision. The knife. It had slid near a pile of bones, just barely within reach if I could distract him. Danny, I said, forcing myself to meet those inhuman eyes. Remember when we were kids? That summer at the lake? His hand paused. Something flickered in his expression. You tried to swim to the floating dock, but you got tired halfway. I swam out to get you. You held onto my back, and I brought you to shore. Stop, he whispered, but I continued. You said I was your hero. Said you wanted to be just like me when you grew up. His whole body shuddered. The human and the monster were at war inside him, and for just a moment, Danny was winning. I lunged for the knife. My fingers closed around the handle just as he realized what was happening. He roared and leaped, but I was already rolling, bringing the blade up in a silver arc. The knife found his heart. For a moment, we were frozen, him above me, claws raised for a killing blow, the knife buried to the hilt in his chest. Black blood poured over my hands, burning like acid. Mike? His voice was small, confused. Human again, at the very end. I'm here, Danny. I'm here. He collapsed against me, his body already beginning to dissolve. Whatever force had transformed him couldn't survive the touch of blessed silver in his heart. I'm sorry, he whispered. So sorry. Sure. It's okay. You're going home now. He smiled, and for just a second, I saw my little brother again. Then he was gone, crumbling to ash that scattered in a wind I couldn't feel. The other wendigos howled, a sound of rage and loss that threatened to shatter my sanity. They surged forward, no longer held back by Danny's claim. I grabbed the satchel and ran, clutching my bleeding chest. The tunnel entrance was somewhere behind the horde, but I remembered seeing another passage, one that led deeper into the mountain. It was insane to go further in, but it was my only choice. The passage narrowed as I fled, forcing the larger wendigos to slow. Their howls echoed off the walls, creating a maddening cacophony. My flashlight beam wavered as blood loss made me dizzy. Then, miraculously, I saw light ahead. Not artificial light, but moonlight streaming through a crack in the rock. The passage opened onto a ledge high on the mountain's face. The drop was at least 40 feet onto jagged rocks. Behind me, claws scraped against stone as the wendigos forced their way through the narrow passage. I jumped. The fall seemed to last forever. I had just enough time to think this was a stupid way to die before I hit water, a pool formed by mountain runoff, deep enough to break my fall but shallow enough that I hit the bottom hard. I surfaced gasping, ribs screaming in protest. The wendigos gathered at the ledge above, but they didn't follow. Whether they couldn't or wouldn't, I didn't care. I dragged myself out of the pool and stumbled down the mountain, leaving a trail of blood. Every shadow could hide a wendigo. Every sound could be claws on stone. But nothing pursued me. I made it to my truck just as dawn was breaking. The hospital was 40 miles away, and I barely remembered the drive. I told them I'd been attacked by a bear, and if they didn't believe me, they didn't say so. Earl visited me in the hospital 2 days later. He took one look at my bandages and knew. You found him, he said. It wasn't a question. I found him. And I ended him. He nodded slowly. That took courage. Most men would have run. He was my brother. He wasn't. Not anymore. You gave him peace. That's all any of us can hope for if the Wendigo curse takes us. He left a new satchel by my bed. For next time, he said. There won't be a next time. Earl smiled sadly. That's what they all say. But the mountains call to those who've seen the truth. You'll be back. They always come back. He was wrong. I never returned to those mountains, never went looking for answers to questions better left unasked. But on cold winter nights, when the wind howls just right, I swear I can hear them calling, the Wendigos of the Appalachians, the hungry dead who remember what it was like to be human. And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I remember the truth Danny spoke. We're all just one disaster away from becoming monsters. When the hunger comes, when survival is on the line, what separates us from them? I pray I never find out. ## Chapter 4, The Inheritance. 5 years passed before I heard the name Donovan mine again. I'd built a new life in Cincinnati, far from mountains and their secrets. I had a job, an apartment, even something approaching normalcy. The scars on my chest had faded to white lines, and the nightmares came less frequently. Then the lawyer called. "Mr. Harrington? This is Allison Chun from Chun and Associates. I'm calling about your inheritance from Earl Thompson." I sat down heavily. "Earl's dead? I'm sorry, I assumed you knew. He passed 2 weeks ago. Heart failure. He left you something in his will, property and some personal effects. Could you come to our offices in Beckley to discuss the details?" Beckley. Gateway to the mountains I'd sworn never to see again. "I'm not interested in any property there," I said quickly. "I understand your reluctance, Mr. Harrington, but Mr. Thompson was very specific. He said you would say that. He also said to tell you, and I quote, 'The vigil must continue, or they'll spread beyond the mountains.' Does that mean something to you?" My blood ran cold. "I'll be there tomorrow." The drive back to West Virginia was like traveling backward through time. Each mile closer to the mountains brought back memories I'd tried to bury. Danny's transformed face. The hunger in those red eyes. The feel of the knife sliding between his ribs. Allison Chin was a young woman who clearly thought Earl's will was the rambling of a senile old man. She handed me a thick envelope and a set of keys. "The property consists of a cabin and approximately 40 acres of land near Briar Ridge," she explained. "There's also a storage unit in town containing what Mr. Thompson called the archives. He was very insistent that everything go to you specifically." I opened the envelope. Along with the deed was a letter in Earl's shaky handwriting. "Mike, if you're reading this, then my watch has ended, and now it must become yours. I know you want no part of this. I know you think you can run from what you've seen. I thought the same after my first encounter in 1959. But someone has to know. Someone has to watch. Someone has to warn the fools who go looking for adventure in those dark places. The Wendigos are contained for now, but only because people like me have kept them that way. In the storage unit, you'll find 70 years of records. Maps of their territories. Patterns of their hunts. Methods that work and methods that don't. You'll also find the names of others who know the truth, a network of watchers throughout the Appalachians. The cabin is warded. As long as the salt lines are maintained and the iron horseshoes remain above the doors, they cannot enter. It's the only safe place for miles when the hunger moon rises. I'm sorry to burden you with this, son. But you've looked into their eyes and lived. You know what they are. And more importantly, you know what they were. That knowledge is both a curse and a responsibility. Keep the vigil. Warn the foolish. Save who you can. And when your time comes, pass the burden to someone else who has seen the truth. Earl. P.S. Check the foundation of the cabin. I left you something that might help when the worst happens. I crumpled the letter, then smoothed it out again. Earl was right. I did want to run. But I also remembered the families of other victims, searching for answers just like I had. How many might be saved if someone warned them? The storage unit was a monument to obsession. File cabinets full of newspaper clippings, photographs, and handwritten accounts dating back to the 1800s. Maps covered every wall, marked with sightings, disappearances, and patterns I was only beginning to understand. One cabinet was labeled, "Active Wendigos, 1952 present." Inside were files on individual creatures, identified by their hunting patterns and territories. My hands shook as I found Danny's file, created just a month after his disappearance. Earl had known what my brother had become but had let me discover it for myself. Another section contained correspondence with other watchers, people throughout the Appalachians who tracked and contained supernatural threats. There was a whole network I'd never known existed, ordinary people standing against the darkness. The cabin was exactly as Earl had described it. Salt lines were embedded in the foundation, and iron horseshoes hung above every entrance. The walls were covered with the same maps from the storage unit, but these were more recent, more detailed. In the basement, I found what Earl had mentioned in his postscript, a hidden room containing an arsenal. Not just weapons, but items blessed and prepared according to traditions I didn't fully understand. Silver bullets inscribed with holy symbols. Blades of cold iron quenched in holy water. Books written in languages that hurt to look at. There was also a journal, Earl's personal account of his encounters. I spent that night reading by lamplight, learning the true scope of what I'd inherited. The Wendigos weren't the only threat in these mountains. They were simply the most common. Earl wrote of other things, shadow people that fed on fear, creatures of living stone that emerged from abandoned coal mines, and worse things that had no names. But the Wendigos were the constant, the hunger that never died. And they were growing bolder. According to Earl's notes, attacks had increased in recent years. Climate change was driving hikers deeper into the wilderness. Urban exploration videos were leading thrill-seekers to abandoned places that should stay abandoned. The old warnings were being forgotten, dismissed as superstition by a generation that had never known true darkness. I was contemplating leaving, burning it all and returning to my safe life in Cincinnati, when the radio crackled to life. I hadn't even realized the cabin had a CB system. "Base, this is Tower 3. We've got a situation." I picked up the handset hesitantly. "This is Base. Thank God. Earl, is that you? This is Rebecca at the fire tower. We've got 4 college kids who went up to the Donovan mine 6 hours ago. They were live streaming, and the feed cut out. Their car's still at the trailhead." My stomach sank. "This isn't Earl. He passed away. I'm taking over." Silence for a moment. "Then you need to know, one of them is still broadcasting. Not video, just audio. We can hear screaming." I closed my eyes. 4 kids who thought they were invincible, walking into hell for internet fame. Just like Danny. "How long until full dark?" I asked. 2 hours, maybe less. Not enough time to reach them through normal means. But Earl's map showed other routes, dangerous paths that might cut the time in half. If the kids were still alive, if they'd found somewhere defensible, if I could reach them before the Wendigos finished playing with their food. Too many ifs. But I was already loading a pack with supplies from Earl's arsenal. "Tell the authorities there's been a bear attack," I said into the radio. "Keep them away from the mine. I'll handle this." "Who are you?" Rebecca asked. I looked at my reflection in the window, scarred, haunted, but alive. Someone who had faced the Wendigos and survived. Someone who knew the truth. "I'm the Watcher," I said, and headed into the darkness. The mountains welcomed me back like an old enemy. As I climbed toward the mine, following paths Earl had marked on his maps, I heard the first howls echoing through the valleys. The Wendigos were awake, and they were hunting. But this time, I wasn't running. This time, I was hunting too. The live stream audio Rebecca had mentioned was still accessible on my phone, though I wished it wasn't. The screams had stopped, replaced by sobbing and frantic whispers. At least some of them were still alive. I found their trail easily, 4 sets of footprints heading confidently up the mountain, smartphones and cameras in hand, completely unprepared for what waited in the dark. They'd even left a chalk arrow pointing toward the mine, making sure their viewers could follow their path. The temperature dropped as I neared the mine entrance. Ice crystals formed on my breath despite the October warmth in the valley below. The Wendigos could manipulate cold, use it as a weapon and a warning. I heard voices ahead, human voices, desperate and terrified. "Please, somebody help us! Anybody! They were holed up in the mine supervisor's office, a concrete structure just inside the mine entrance. The door had been reinforced with steel, and narrow windows provided firing positions. Earl must have prepared it as a refuge. But refuges only work if you can reach them in time. Through the windows, I could see 3 figures huddled inside. The fourth was strung up outside like a warning, body contorted in ways that spoke of a violent death. The Wendigos had made an example of one to terrorize the others. I counted at least 6 pairs of eyes in the darkness around the building. They were waiting, patient as winter, knowing their prey had nowhere to run. I pulled out a flare gun loaded with blessed phosphorus rounds, one of Earl's special modifications. The first shot lit up the night like a miniature sun, and the Wendigos scattered, shrieking. "Run!" I shouted to the kids. "Now! While they're blind!" The office door burst open, and 3 terrified college students stumbled out. 2 boys and a girl, all barely 20, cameras still hanging around their necks like millstones. "This way! Move!" They ran toward me, and I laid down covering fire with the flare gun. Each blessed round bought us seconds, but seconds were all we needed. I herded them down the trail, knowing the Wendigos would regroup quickly. "What are those things?" The girl, Emily, according to her jacket, sobbed as we ran. "Questions later. Running now." Behind us, the howls began again. Closer this time. They were done being cautious. We weren't going to make it to the cabin. Not all of us. The math was simple and cruel. For humans, at least 6 Wendigos, and miles of dark forest between us and safety. Unless... I remembered something from Earl's journal. A risky plan, but better than certain death. "The creek!" I shouted, veering off the trail. "Get to the water!" Wendigos, Earl had written, were creatures of hunger and cold. Running water, especially water blessed by moonlight, disrupted their connection to the supernatural cold. They could cross it, but it weakened them, made them vulnerable. We crashed through underbrush, branches tearing at our clothes. The sound of rushing water grew louder, and then we were at the creek's edge. It was wider than I'd hoped, swollen with autumn rain. "Cross!" I ordered. "Get to the other side and don't stop." The kids plunged in, gasping at the cold. I turned to face our pursuers, pulling out the silver-loaded revolver. The blessed bullets were few, and I had to make each one count. The first Wendigo burst from the trees, and I put a round through its skull. It dropped but didn't dissolve. Only a heart shot with blessed silver could truly kill them. But it would slow down long enough. 2 more appeared, trying to flank me. I fired, winging one, missing the other. The creek was at my back now, the kids halfway across. That's when I saw him among the pack. Not Danny, I'd given him peace, but another familiar face distorted by transformation. One of the college kids who'd disappeared last year, according to the missing persons posters in town. The curse was spreading. Every person they took potentially became another Wendigo, another vector for the hunger to spread. Earl had been right. Someone had to keep watch, or eventually, they'd overwhelm the mountains and spill into the valleys below. I backed into the creek, the icy water shocking my system. The Wendigos gathered at the bank, pacing like frustrated predators. One tried to follow, but the moment it touched the water, steam rose from its flesh, and it retreated with a shriek. We made it to the far bank, soaked and shivering but alive. The Wendigos howled their frustration from across the water, but they didn't pursue. Not yet. "The cabin's 2 miles north," I told the kids. "Stay together, stay quiet, and whatever you do, don't stop moving." We made it just as the moon was setting. The salt lines flared with silver light as we crossed them, and I heard frustrated shrieks from the forest. The Wendigos had followed despite the water, but the wards held. Inside, the 3 survivors collapsed, exhaustion and trauma finally catching up. I got them blankets and hot coffee laced with whiskey, then started making calls. By morning, their parents had arrived, along with a story about a bear attack and carbon monoxide hallucinations in the mine. The dead student was retrieved by authorities who didn't ask too many questions. The survivors left with their families, warned never to speak of what they'd really seen. But Emily lingered at the door as her parents waited in the car. "Those things," she said quietly. "They used to be people, didn't they?" I thought of Danny, of the boy wearing his remains, of all the missing faces in Earl's files. "Yes. And someone has to watch them. Make sure they don't spread." "Yes." She pulled out her phone and deleted something. The live stream, I realized. All evidence of what had really happened. "I study ecology," she said. "Apex predators and ecosystem balance. This is just a different kind of ecosystem management, isn't it?" I saw something in her eyes I recognized. The terrible knowledge that the world was not what we thought it was. The burden of truth. "Your number's in the radio log," she said. "I might call. To learn more. To help, maybe." After she left, I stood on the cabin porch, watching the sun rise over the mountains. Somewhere in those peaks, the Wendigos slept away the daylight, dreaming of hunger. Tonight, they would hunt again. And I would be here, keeping watch, maintaining the vigil Earl had passed to me. I understood now why he'd chosen me. Not because I was brave or strong, but because I'd loved someone who became a monster. That love, twisted into mercy, was what separated the watchers from the watched. We could look into the eyes of the transformed and still see the humans they'd been. And when necessary, we could end their suffering. The radio crackled. Another hiker missing. Another family desperate for answers. Another night's work in the endless vigil. I picked up the handset. "This is base. Tell me everything." The mountains held their secrets close, but they taught me mine. Some hungers can never be satisfied. Some darkness can never be illuminated. And some burdens, once accepted, can never be put down. But someone has to carry them. Someone has to remember that the monsters were once men. Someone has to watch. And until my time comes to pass the vigil to another, that someone is me.